all hazards, he came over here offline. And I'm grateful and thankful to Dr. Chaudhary for come offline. And on behalf of this, again, on behalf of this sponsor and on behalf of this ICPR, Academic Center of Lucknow, I have a request for the Secretary to offer a token of respect to Dr. Chaudhary. Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Today, again, Professor Chaudhary will be speaking. The last lecture was on air pollution. How does how Indian perspective is understood the context of air pollution and different type of pollution. Today, Saf will be speaking about some transboundary perspective of hazards and waste management from Indian perspective as well as from Western perspective. And this lecture will be continued up to 1:30. And after 1:30, we have lunch. We'll have lunch, and from 2:30 to 4 p.m., Professor Paneerselvam will be speaking. Then from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., we have participants. Three number of participants will be there. I think in the second half, Professor Paneerselvam and Professor Dilip Mahant will be joining us. And after that, for tomorrow again will be assembly. 17th tomorrow there is some other participation there. And tomorrow is the last date for the submission of the gist, the best two lectures. You just write it in the paper and submit it. Which you write at least one paragraph, two lectures, one paragraph, or if you want to exceed, you can go for that. Put your signature and date, name and date. That and submit it. No, it's a part and parcel of this workshop because they should understand that which lecture is best and which lecture is. I mean, not which lecture is worst, but which lecture and do you feel the best? As Captain Mark in your mind. Thank you. I now request Professor Chaudhary to start. Okay, you can speak over here or you can speak on the podium. No, what I will do. Is it possible to get PowerPoint? Yes, it's possible. Yeah. So what I will do, I have two PowerPoint presentations. I have two PowerPoint, only a very few persons. I have two PowerPoint presentations and then I will show you one movie. And that movie of it is called Fantastic Trip. That movie of 5 minutes will summarize the philosophy of your life. Once you see that movie, I can tell you, you will not be able to forget that movie. That movie will keep a lasting impression in your mind. I'll show you that it is here. So before that, let me go and check the. No, but there are many files, so I have to check this. Let me see how I am doing. একটা দেখুন কি চয়েস সিলোস বলে আছে আমি বসুন আমি দেখে দিচ্ছি স্যার আপনি বসুন আমি দেখে দিচ্ছি the choice is there. আপনি কি আগে মুভিটা দেখবেন আগে দেখবেন ओरिएंटेशन फैंटास्टिक ट्रिप दी এটা এই যে ওর এই যে इसमें साउंड आएगा हां साउंड आएगा इसमें साउंड है क्या रेट करेंगे I got it from NASA. Actually, this was made in NASA. So I got it from NASA in order to teach my students what it really means. You are talking about philosophy. This is something a bit away from the subject which is being discussed. I read a book called Man's Search for Meaning. I do not know whether you have read that book. That book is by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was a psychologist, and he was. I'm telling you, I'm coming to that subject. Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. Man's Search for Meaning is a book that says his journey from Vienna to Auschwitz concentration camp. And trust me, because of that book, I had a chance to visit Poland. The only place I visited is the Auschwitz concentration camp. And I have 100 pictures of Auschwitz concentration camp. I delivered a lecture in Lady Brabourne College, Kolkata, and I can show you what death means. I can show you what death means in a concentration camp. Because I had great respect for this man, Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl, 9 people of his family, they were taken from Vienna to his Auschwitz concentration camp. And this is a very interesting description that he's giving. In Krakow. I went to Krakow. In Krakow. So the point is, he was describing that the train, all the concentration of prisoners they are put in train, and they are thinking in which direction the train will go. If the train goes in the right side, it is going to be Birkanau, and Birkanau is that concentration camp. And everyone is thinking, will it take the left turn or the left side or the right side? Because right side means death, and left side means there is a possibility of life. So I went to that concentration camp. I put the dust. I put hand in the dust. I took the dust and I put like this, and I got Victor Frank. So many people, 16 million people have been killed there. And the torture, if you really know, humans, what kind of torture, you will not believe. I have been there. I have all the photographs, and I can show. In fact, this can be a 3-hour lecture. Because you have to really see that this is possible. So I went over there. Viktor Frankl and his family, 9 people. 9 people were taken from Vienna, and only Viktor Frankl was alive. And he says, just like Nietzsche's philosophy, that if a man has why to live, he can withstand anyhow. If a man has a meaning for living, he can withstand anyhow. That means whatever problem comes, if you have some meaning in life, you will definitely be able to work. That was his philosophy. His philosophy is also logotherapy. He started logotherapy. He came back to life, and after that concentration camp experience, he says what really happens to people. People who have suffered a lot in their life, when they come to normal life, what happens? They they become like terrorists. What they do? He says that once it was known by 1944 that Germans will not win this game, and Germans will lose. They were relaxing the rules of the concentration camp, and what really happened? Prisoners were coming, and they were coming to the field, and that field is full of beautiful crops, and the prisoners were going and then destroying everything, loading basically the crops and other things. And then Viktor Frankl says, after so much torture, that even if wrong is done to you, wrong should not be done to anyone. So after 4 years, 5 years of that torture, a man can say, dehumanizing torture. The first thing they used to do is, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, separate. First thing they used to do is to take away your clothes. So what will happen? You take the human dignity away. Then you are just, an animal. You take the human dignity away. And then there is something called, Zyklon B or something like that. That particular gas will come as you go to the gas chamber, cyanide gas, and you will feel, tremendous shivering in your body. And then, one will hold the other very closely, and they will die. And I have seen that concentration camp. I have seen that gas chamber. I have put the photographs of all those, and I can deliver a lecture on that basically for a long time, because I have seen what torture means. I have seen human hair. I have seen children's chappal. I have seen, human skin. They used to use human skin in order to make materials, bags, and other things. So, the point is, in the context of that particular movie, what I would like to say is that, who are we? We must take our humanity to the highest level. Indian philosophy is talking about that. It is not animality, it is rationality. It is not the animal instinct that will prevail. It is the rational being that will prevail, and that will connect with the greater God or whatever. In your all in your imagination. Why you say that I am the whole universe? You are a small person, but you are saying I am the whole universe. I can see everything. I can see you. I can go into your sight. How? Because it is possible for you understand yourself at that level, you are the whole universe. So that is something that I just wanted to share. That. Point that. দেখুন একটা আছে, the choice is yours. যদি না থাকে আমি খুঁজে নিচ্ছি স্যার। না না, ওটা যদি না থাকে তাহলে ফোল্ডারে থাকতে পারে। সার্চে যাও, তুমি সার্চে ক্লিক করো, তাই choice is yours ডান দিকে সার্চে টপে। হ্যাঁ, ওখানে কি choice is yours দাও। যদি না থাকে তাহলে ফোল্ডারে যেতে হবে। ফোল্ডারে যান একদম টপে যান। আর যান নিচে আছে। বসো না, নিউ ফোল্ডার দেন। এখানে দেখুন এই চয়েস করলেন না স্যার। হ্যাঁ, নিউ ফোল্ডারে যান। এটাতে মনে হয় ভাইরাস ঢুকে গেছে। এই যে আপনি দিলেন না এটাতে ভাইরাস আছে। আচ্ছা, মনে হচ্ছে না, এই কম্পিউটারটায় ভাইরাস আছে, আপনার পেন ড্রাইভে নেই। চয়েস is yours. এই কার্বন ডাইঅক্সাইড দিন, কার্বন ডাইঅক্সাইড দিন। কার্বন ডাইঅক্সাইড as I was telling you yesterday, that you are talking about sustainability, and sustainability is basically living your life in harmony with the whole world or whole universe. Living your life in harmony with the whole universe. How do you do that? People are talking about carbon dioxide. I told you yesterday that carbon dioxide is this because carbon dioxide is a gas that enhances the Earth's temperature. How does carbon dioxide do it? The carbon dioxide does not allow the heat. What carbon dioxide does? Carbon dioxide in air that at a particular concentration, carbon dioxide in air at a particular concentration, it is just like a cover on the top surface of the Earth, and when the UV radiation comes from Earth, it hits the Earth whole day. At night, when there is no sun, the Earth's surface emits the radiation called infrared radiation. This infrared radiation goes out, and there is a balance. The Earth is getting heated in the morning, and the Earth is cooling at night. Now, what really happens? If the carbon dioxide concentration is large and it forms a kind of cover on the top, it is in Bengali we call it chador. It is basically a wrapper kind of thing. Wrapper, what you use. It is just like that. It is on the surface of the above the surface of the Earth. It is like this with a lot of carbon dioxide. The infrared radiation that it goes, carbon dioxide traps that. And once carbon dioxide traps that, it reflects back to the Earth. So naturally what happens is that the Earth gets heated. The whole world is talking about carbon dioxide today because
carbon dioxide has been found to be the only gas that you can eliminate. You know the paddy fields, we have a lot of paddy. Paddy is a very water intensive crop. If you look into paddy, paddy is a very water intensive crop. Why water intensive? Because if you do not have large amount, the paddy field is full of water. If you do not give water, the pest will attack the paddy. Pest means small insects, they will attack the paddy. Now what happens is that from the paddy field, a large quantity of methane is also emitted. Methane is also a greenhouse gas, but you cannot stop the emission of methane simply because if you allow that methane to stop, you are not allowing paddy to form. We live on rice, so we cannot stop formation. We cannot stop paddy production. So that is something that you must remember, that we cannot stop methane. So the next gas that comes into our consideration is carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide is a bad gas in the sense that it does not allow heat from the earth to go out into the universe. It does not go back. The infrared radiation that comes, the infrared radiation gets trapped, and that is why the earth is warming. And all of you know about this warming, that the earth temperature is gradually going up. Right? This is something new. Next slide. Yesterday I told you about something. General pollution mitigation. I told you this end of pipe treatment. What is the meaning of end of pipe treatment? What is the meaning of end of pipe treatment? What is the meaning of end of pipe treatment? Very simple. Very simple. Very simple. What do you do with the vegetable waste? What do you do with the vegetable waste? If you do not if you eat the vegetable along with the skin, there is no problem because there is no waste. That particular approach is called a reduction at source. I will not allow the skin to be form at all. So that is reduction at source. Generally applicable. It applies to chemical industry, it applies to physical industry, it applies to anywhere. Problem is, end of pipe treatment is basically the treatment where material is coming out of the process and then you are trying to control the situation. You are producing carbon dioxide and then you are trying to take the carbon dioxide away. Right? That is the problem. What we are talking about all this? We are talking about sustainability and philosophy and environment and everything together. And whatever we are doing, just now we took a cup of tea. Remember what amount of waste has been created? How much tea, small tea. If you do not take tea, just tell that person do not boil that water. If you do not boil that water, some amount of energy will be saved. So in the first place, I will just ask, would you like to take tea? No. We three only will take tea, all others will not take. So if you do not take tea, only 3 cups of tea will be prepared, will be made. So 3 cups of tea means that amount of water will be boiled. Where from this energy is coming? This boiling, either heater or something else, right? And where from this heater is getting energy? Electricity. Where from the electricity is coming? Where from the electricity is coming? Not hydroelectricity, thermal power. So where from this electricity is coming? Chemical energy that is contained in coal. And when you burn coal, what you are getting? Carbon dioxide. Point is, yesterday again I was telling you, whatever you do, you wash your clothes. What do you use? And detergent. What is detergent? What is detergent? No. Try to understand because you are using it. Whatever you are using, try to know what you are using. This is one fundamental part of sustainability. Whatever you are using, try to know what is the source. Is it coming from herbal? Is it coming from chemical? Is it coming from this? Is it coming from that? Because that clears your idea about the environmental effect of that particular material. Right? So now you are using detergent. What is detergent? Very common detergent is dodecyl benzene sulfonate. Let us forget about this. Let us forget about this. Detergent is containing a large number of chemicals including builders called phosphate builders. Phosphate builders. Let's not know what chemistry. I am from chemistry, so I am talking about chemistry. Don't understand. Don't try to understand. Remember what happens with it. These phosphate builders goes into a river or lake or wherever it goes. It causes what is known as eutrophication of lakes. Do you know what is eutrophication? What is eutrophication? We get covered with all these green algae. So the oxygen will not go inside. So the aquatic animal will die. So detergent you are using, you are washing. As you are washing, you remember that these are the harm that you are doing to the environment. Right? So there is no way you can stop this environmental pollution. No way. The only way it is going down the drain through your toilet or through your bathroom. It is going to wherever it is. Suppose in between you create some mechanism by which the minerals which are present in water will be degraded and then that water will be disposed. What you are doing is end of life. To really go to green detergent, what are you doing? Green detergent that is not having this chemical, you are going reduction at source. That is why green chemistry is flourishing these days in a very big way. What is green chemistry? I will use everything herbal. Many ladies, particularly in US and other Europe, who are very environment conscious, they are now using different materials which are green. And they say that, I use green. I am an environment champion. What is the meaning of that? They use everything, their clothes, their things, they are all based on energy. For example, the dress that she is wearing and the dress that she is wearing and the dress she is wearing or I am wearing, this shirt is having, in making this shirt, there was some energy that was used. Now, if I decide that I will mark the shirt or the dress according to the energy consumption, that how much energy it took to make this shirt, and based on that, I will go for the price. The price will be large if the energy consumption is small, or the price will be small if the energy consumption is small. Then people will go for the shirt because Indian people are price conscious. So the point is, at every point, what you have to do about sustainability, you have to know all these points in sustainability. For example, this material and that material, that glass, paper glass. In order to make that paper glass, how much energy was consumed? What did you use? Things like that will be important. Let me give you an example. Very, very simple example. Nowadays, a lot of library digitization is taking place. Library digitization is taking place. Right? You have seen digitization? In your university, in every university, there is digitization. So in digitization, there is a good amount of budget. Do you know what digitization is? All the books, they will be scanned and they will be taken in They will be taken in compact disc or microchip and they will be kept over there. Right? When this digitization started, the question came, why are we digitizing? Right? Huh? One is durability, second is the most important is space. In library, if you want so many books, so many catalogs, forget about everything. Now I tell you where we are going wrong, where our logic is failing. Let me tell you. Space is very important. If you go to library, if you have all the material, all the everything, all the information in compact disc, you get a small library, but you have all the information, right? I'll give you an example. We worked on it and we decided, that what it is, how much the information and this and that. So, do you know how paper is made? How paper is made? Huh? How paper is made? Please tell me, please. From wood, right? From tree, from wood. From wood, right? From where from do you get your wood? So you have to cut the trees. If you cut the trees, what happens? Deforestation. See how I am coming to the main cause, deforestation. But you need papers in order to write because you need your library. So the modern civilization will ask for books, but the point is at the cost of trees being cut. Now, one compact disc. What is compact disc? 10 gram of polycarbonate. 10 gram of polycarbonate. Polycarbonate is a very, very good plastic. Very hard plastic. All Japan bullet trains are made of polycarbonates. All Japan bullet trains are made of polycarbonate. Helmets are made of polycarbonates. Very good material, polycarbonate. Now I tell you, this is A4 size paper. A4 size paper. 100,000 A4 size papers. 100,000 A4 size papers. उसमें मटेरियल जितना मटेरियल आपको रहना चाहिए. My Hindi is poor, so please excuse me. I may speak wrong, so please excuse me. 100,000 A4 size papers. The amount of storage that is possible, 10 gram of polycarbonate can hold that information. Now people will say plastic is bad. No, plastic is not completely bad. If you have very right use of plastic, it is not bad. Only the uneducated people will say that plastic is bad. But plastic bag is definitely bad. Plastic carry bag is definitely bad. Never use plastic carry bag. But that does not mean plastic is totally bad. What is this furniture made of? Wood. If you had made with plastic, this would have saved, the trees would have been saved. Right? Why cars are so very cheap today? Why cars are so very cheap today? Because of plastics, because the materials you are using, they are all synthetic. Your steering is made of plastic, your top is made of plastic, the car is very light, all the ladies are very good drivers. The old ambassadors, they were very heavy. Now you have, power steering and all these, and all the ladies are great drivers because, they have precision better than the boys. Point is what I am trying to say again and again. I am trying to say this, that environmental debate is not a debate which is linear. It is non-linear. Note this point. It is a non-linear thing, and try to understand that non-linear. Any end of pipe treatment is costly and regulation driven. Now tell me one thing. Pollution control industry, whole pollution control industry, all over the world, they are not market driven, they are regulation driven. What is the meaning of that? Whole pollution control industry, they are not market driven, they are regulation driven. What is the meaning of that? A good dress is definitely market driven. A good saree is definitely market driven. बहुत अच्छी quality है, you go and you buy. But pollution control is not like that. Even if there is a very good machine which can reduce pollution, people will never use that unless the state dictates that you cannot use this polluting procedure to make your material. So any pollution process is regulation driven, not market driven. It is written over there. It is regulation driven. Alkali Act of 1863 to stop HCl gas production. That was the first act, Air Pollution Act. That was the first act of 1863. So we are not very, in this whole pollution that we are talking about, the whole sustainability that we are talking about, this is very new. When was the sustainability phrase coined for the first time? When was the sustainability word used for the first time? Before that, people did not talk about sustainability. No, sir. No, sir. Before that, in 70s. In 70s, please remember, 1972, Stockholm. In Stockholm conference 50 years ago, Indira Gandhi joined that meeting. Sustainability was first used. But before that, there was a book by a lady. Again, by a lady. Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely correct on dot. She was the real champion of the environment movement. Who was that person? Rachel Carson. And what is the name of the book? The Silent Spring. The Silent Spring. And he talked about DDT. And she was the person, she was the person. And she got death threat. She was suffering from cancer. The book came in 1960. She died in 1964. All the big chemical business lobbies were after her and they used a death threat and everything. But she was the most courageous lady and she only started. Rachel Carson, her book. Please read that book, The Silent Spring. You are doing sustainability, you are doing philosophy. So read the book, what she says. She says, that how the human civilization will go and how it will end up. She is really speaking against the US government. Being a US citizen, that it is wrong, you should not do this and this and that. So many cattle are dying, so many birds are dying, and she is calling Silent Spring because the birds are not coming back in the spring. So that is how things are. She talked about it, basically. Right? This Alkali Act of Britain in 1863 is a very, very simple but very, very interesting story. Very, very interesting story. I will come to that. Against end of pipe treatment, now people are doing what is known as reduction at source. What is the meaning of reduction at source? Give me an example. Give me in this room an example. Give me an example. LED bulbs. LED bulbs are a real example of sustainability. And you write a paper on philosophy of LED bulbs. Philosophy behind the LED bulbs. Write down that. These LED bulbs. And again people are doing, and UGC is also asking, and NAC is also asking that how many LED bulbs, and people have taken a policy. What is the policy? That henceforth all the whatever will be purchased, they will not be normal, they will all be LED lights. Why? Because it is less energy consuming. So because it is less energy consuming, it is sustainability. Do you follow the point? Point is wherever you are, whatever you are using, if you think about all these, LED is a very, very great example, and sir get the answer so very correctly. LED bulb is the real example. Yes, AC is a very big thing. And in Gujarat, in Jaisalmer, they have built a school in the desert, and the architecture, I think you have seen, it was the round one. That's why that particular school does not have any the temperature outside is 47, 48, 49 degrees centigrade. But that school is having very, very cool temperature, and the boys and the girls are going, that is for girls. And the girls are going through the desert, they are walking into the school, and the architecture is so very good that they, it is very good. So that is where it is. So you use a house, not a normal house, but you use a house where AC will not be required at a typical temperature will prevail. So that is all sustainability. Rooftop garden. to Victoria in Canada, and you will get a lot of garden on rooftop. For that, your house must have proper foundation, and your whole house is green on the top. What is the meaning? Your whole house is green, and people in the college, it is known as Bengal Engineering College, Shivpur, but now it is known as Indian Institute of IIEST, Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology. That particular institute is doing some work, although not very great work. People know about it, but they are at least working on the top surface of the roof, where you can have all the entire thing will be green. But there must be soil and other things. There must be water, and the trees will have been wet. Because of that, the bottom foundation must be very large. The bottom foundation must be proper. If the bottom foundation is not proper, then you cannot have that. And that kind of house, you will never have a very large temperature, because the trees will take the water, take the heat away, and you will have proper temperature in the house. Do you follow? In Calcutta, there is a taxi, 1 or 2 taxis. One taxi, green taxi. On the top of the taxi, what he has done, he has taken he has created a garden. I think you know. In Calcutta, in Calcutta there is a taxi, it is a green taxi. What is the meaning? Sustainability. Maybe you have said, I have not said. So the point is, you see how sustainability is working and how sustainability is important. And how people are devising new ways in order to save energy, in order to save mass. Why mass? Why I am talking about mass? What is the meaning of mass? What is the meaning of mass? Whether you call me supporter of central government or state government or anything. What the Prime Minister is saying again and again, I support. What is he saying? He is saying Atmanirbhar. Right? What is our balance of payment? Do you know balance of payment? How much are we exporting? How much are we importing? Right? How much are we sending? How much are we bringing? So what is the maximum material we are bringing? What? Oil. Oil, clear, oil. Right? What can we export? We have also some kind of material. Tell me. Tell me, sir, what material you have, what you can, if you are smart. Japan is doing that, we have not been able to do. Tell me. Tell me. No, madam. You are in a global world where interdependence is of higher value than independence. You cannot remain independent anymore. You have to depend on others. See, entire Ukraine crisis is now telling us that you cannot be alone. You have to depend on others. Yes, but the point is, what is the material that you can really export, which we did not? No. Organic product will be polluting because you are using chemical industry. You have not been able to tell me. Then please tell me, out hai आपका पास enormous amount of wealth hai, which we have not exported. No. Water. Water will be the next oil in the next 50 years. Water. And every country will face water crisis. आपको तो water चाहिए. और आपका coastline देखिए. You see the coastline from Calcutta to entire Madras, Kerala, and then you come up to Gujarat. You have entire coast. So you have sea water, right? From sea water you can produce drinking water, and then you put in tanker. Yes, desalination, and that is what Japan has done. I had said about that. What is Japan, my dear friend? What is Japan? Japan is basically 4 islands, and all 4 islands are basically in the sea. Where are they getting drinking water from? From desalination. And they are the first to champion. And today, even if you do, if you do try to beat Japan, they are so much advanced in that particular technology. It is very difficult for us to really beat them. Do you follow? The point is you have to really hold. If in your house you do not depend on water from tap, from municipal water supply, but you get water from the wastewater. Do you know Barack Obama had been to a place where he was given toilet water to drink? It was just toilet water, and they cleaned the toilet water and they gave the toilet water, and Barack Obama was the first person to drink that water, and it was just like water, and it was toilet water. How many of us are we extracting rainwater? How much are we harvesting rainwater? How many of us? We are not doing rainwater harvesting. क्या है? Roof से whatever rainwater is coming. If you have a large tank, उसमें you can put rainwater during rainy season. Hill season do that. Maybe we are not doing. My question is, we are not doing. Point is and that rainwater, since it is very clean, you can use for your cleaning purpose this cloth and other thing. Your dress for cleaning, your wiping the floors, और धोने के लिए you can use that water. That is not a problem. But we never do that. If all of us do that, you will find that we are improving on sustainability. There is no score on sustainability. आपको तो ये होना चाहिए. All of you should do this. I do not know how Professor Podi will do that. If from philosophy point of view, if you really suggest to us how we can put sustainability score to everyone. For example, Madam is having a sustainability score of 22. She is having a sustainability score of 16. He is having a sustainability score of 11. If we have an high score is 100, sustainability score or quotient or whatever you talk about, just like that there is an index and you can do. Right, now let me go. Reduction at source. Resource conservation and better mass and energy utilization. Yeah. Yes, reverse. Yes. Washing your vegetables. What people are doing, आपको जो water है नहाने के बाद, you can use very interesting piping system to take that water to the toilet flush. But we are just Just listen. Just listen. Problem is all sirs and madams. Problem is our sustainability is only for studying and this kind of courses so that I get my promotion. My sustainability is not for doing the country proud or for myself. That is a problem. And it practically works. Okay. Scientifically better choice is definitely reduction at source. Next slide, please. This is a very, very interesting story. I'll tell you about this story. The first Alkali Act, I said something. Please remember what is the takeaway. Whatever we discussed a lot of things. We discussed a lot of sustainability. But what is the takeaway? Takeaway is that we have talked about end of pipe treatment. We have talked about reduction at source. We have talked about pollution control industry, not market driven but regulation driven. If you do not ask people in companies to stop pollution, they will continue to do pollution because they want profit. And any pollution process, if you want to start any plant or anything, it will require investment. No one wants to do that investment. Abhi mera ho gaya, I am fine. My balance sheet is increasing. I am having this profit. Do you follow the point? Now, very, very interesting thing that, there is a material called soda ash, sodium carbonate. Very, very simple. People used to, soda jisko bolta hai, soda ash. In, Spain was the country where from Europe used to get soda ash. Because of political problem, this was in 15th and 16th century. Because of political problem, gradually, France started thinking that importing soda ash from that particular country, Spain, will not be possible anymore. Will not be possible anymore because of political problems. Right? 1780, there was a soda ash also is used in glass industry. Soda ash is also used in paper industry. So this sodium carbonate had a large demand in 1780. And what the French people did, in 1781, the French Academy announced a prize that whoever will be able to find a chemical route for production of sodium carbonate, he will be given this Academy prize. In 1789, a surgeon, this is important, a surgeon, he developed a process. His name is Leblanc. Many of you have studied the process, the Leblanc process for production of soda ash, and he used that chemical reaction. See the chemical reaction. 1789, see the chemical reaction. Sodium chloride, sulfuric acid, it gave hydrochloric acid gas. आपको chemistry कुछ समझना नहीं चाहिए. No issue at all. Hydrochloric acid gas. And then there is a second reaction in which sodium carbonate is being produced, calcium sulfide is being produced, and carbon dioxide is being produced. You just forget everything that I have said. Do not remember anything. Only thing that you remember is that Spain used to export a large quantity of sodium carbonate. How Spain used to get it? Spain का जो सी है उसमें एक प्लांट होता था, बेरिला प्लांट. वो बेरिला प्लांट को लोग बर्न करता था, and that used to give soda ash. इसलिए उसको बोलता है ash. Why ash? Because if you burn that particular plant, that plant will give some ash. उसको आप dissolve कीजिए. If you dissolve, you will find soda ash. Alright? And they used to dry that material and send and export. Huge money. Because of the political process, it was stopped. Fine. And then Leblanc came out with this process. You just try to understand the gases which are coming out. Over there, just see the screen. What are the gases that are coming out? One is hydrochloric acid gas, HCl. Other gas, carbon dioxide. No one talked about carbon dioxide at that point of time, 1789. Very interesting that people talked about carbon dioxide in Kyoto Protocol in 1997. देखिए उधर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है. That gas was not important at that point of time. No one thought of carbon dioxide. Today I am talking about carbon dioxide. Hydrochloric acid gas was the major problem. And do you know what hydrochloric acid gas did? 1789, hydrochloric acid gas. This particular process became very, very popular. Leblanc got a patent. In 1790, Napoleon came to power. Once Napoleon came to power, Napoleon nationalized everything. Leblanc's patent was gone. In 1808, Leblanc committed suicide because of the large debt that had happened because of his attempt to get this process. So he wanted that prize, he got that prize, but the point is he had to commit suicide because he was total broke, did not have any money. What did this process do? What did this process do? Try to understand this point. Hydrochloric acid gas, you are just emitting in the atmosphere. It is going into air. Now what is happening? Once there is rain or whatever moisture is there, hydrochloric acid gas will react and will form hydrochloric acid. It will come to your skin, and village after village in Europe up to England were destroyed because of this particular process. And in 1830, the first civil suit appeared. After 1789, after 50 years, the first civil suit appeared. After 41 years, first civil suit appeared. And another 40 years was taken to get that Alkali Act that was in 1863. 1863, the Alkali Act was passed. End of pipe treatment. What will people do? Either say hydrochloric acid gas is coming. Hydrochloric acid gas is coming. इसमें एक pipe लगा दिया, and that will go to an alkali. ये acid है, इधर alkali है, तो पूरा alkali में चला जाएगा, and it will go. And that method was enacted. It was enacted. No one will do it without that enacting. In 1863, that method was enacted. Just read this: carbon dioxide was not a pollutant at that time. Next slide. Okay, wait, now. Just a bit. I adjusted. Now, natural greenhouse effect necessary for survival and sustenance of life. Take it from me. When the Earth was, 4.5 billion years ago, what was the Earth temperature? 4.5 billion years ago, what was the Earth's temperature? The Earth was very, very cold, and it was a carbon dioxide atmosphere. And because of the natural greenhouse effect, because the heat is coming, but heat cannot go. So because of that, Earth started becoming hotter and hotter and hotter. And then what happened? And then you got proper temperature. Why you tell me this reason? Why there is life on Earth, and why there is we do not find any life in anywhere. People are searching for life, but we are not getting. Why? One of the major points is right temperature. Right temperature. The Earth temperature is anything between -70 to +50 +60, not beyond that. You go to Arab countries, you go to Middle East. What is the temperature? In the afternoon, 55 degrees centigrade, because it is very, very hot over there, but not beyond that. So air conditioner is working over there. You will have a gap. So just we will come back. We will come back.
Hello, I think they are supposed to give a feedback. Okay? फीडबैक कब मिलने वाला था? वो फीडबैक था, क्या तो दिया कब मिल गया? प्रोवाइड कर। फीडबैक मिलेगा ना? फीडबैक बना दीजिए। दिया कब मैंने कह दिया कि जमा कर देंगे। He loves me very much. So I'll get from you.
You write something of this. Yeah, those who are ready, if it is ready, we'll submit. Okay, 10 minutes break. We'll come back to this slide. Do we accept? আমি মনে করেছি এই বইটা ওনার সাথে দেখা হবে ভালো কথা বলতে ওনার সাথে দেখা হবে Yes. Already কেন বইটা পড়ে সেটা তারপর নিজে কোন জায়গা আপনারা তো এই সাবজেক্ট পড়ে মানে আপনারা জানেন আগে লাগছে Bioethics is a very important. I mean, bioethics means the kind of experiments that you are doing and the ethics behind.
She is belonging to a department where a lot of movements
Where are you?
is Prasenjit from Jalapur University.
Oh,
She is from Jalapur University. She is from Jalapur University.
it is having the highest voting power. Voting power. মহারাজের কাছে গিয়ে আমি কি বললাম যে মহারাজ এরকম একটা তিনি হচ্ছেন রামকৃষ্ণ মিশন বিবেকানন্দ এডুকেশন এন্ড রিসার্চ ইনস্টিটিউট বলে একটা ডিম ইউনিভার্সিটি আপনি ওখানে গিয়ে ওখানে বলবেন আমি রামকৃষ্ণের দীক্ষিত আমাদের বইটা নিয়ে এটা দামও বেশি না আপনি গিয়ে বইটা গোলপালকে পালন করে এখানে গোলপালকে শুনতে পারেন এদের আবার একটা ব্যাপার ঝগড়া আছে গোলপালকে যিনি এই পড়ানো সত্যদা ভালো খুব ভালো কিন্তু প্রভাকর মহারাজ is a man from Madras
পেপারে ওনার ওরকম প্রবলেম আছে আমি বলতে যাই না মানে শততার একটা অসুবিধা প্রবলেম আছে এবং লাস্টে হ্যাঁ এবং শততার অহংকারটাতে শততার অহংকারে যেটা হয় সেটা হচ্ছে যে এই রাতের সময় অনেক চার্জ থাকে হরস্কোপ থাকে পড়ে দেয় আরে দেখুন আপনি এইসব আপনি তো এরকম মানে ভক্ত মানুষ আপনি এটা চাকরি আমি না আমি বলি
energy sources renewables. Of course, it is very important. Solar cells and solar power, people are doing it. Sustainable organic chemical production utilizing carbon dioxide. We will not talk about it. Let us not. Low means you are reducing production of carbon dioxide. So because in CNG it is 4:1. In petroleum it is 1.8 to 2. In coal it is 0.8 to 1.2:1. So upgrading coal by decarbonization is like to improve the hydrogen carbon ratio. What is the next from natural gas? Where will you go next? Very quickly. Natural gas is better than petroleum because hydrogen is more in natural gas. So hydrogen on burning will give you water, carbon on burning will give you carbon dioxide, both will give you energy. But because hydrogen is more, carbon dioxide is less, carbon is less, hydrogen is giving water. Water is not a bad material, so it will not affect the environment. Carbon will create carbon dioxide and carbon dioxide will affect the environment. Clear? My point is, after natural gas, what do you think? No. Please, you will be able to do. Please tell me. If you can remove carbon completely, then what do you get? If you remove carbon completely, what is remaining? Hydrogen, and Honorable Prime Minister is again and again taking hydrogen as their fuel. In future, you will find hydrogen fuel car. Why? Because if hydrogen fuel car operates, what will you get as the byproduct? Only water. Only water. And water is a benign material. Water is, water will not create any problem. So sustainability is basically you study and try to go for that particular process, that particular chemical, that particular thing. This is reduction at source. This is reduction at source because you are changing your raw material. You are going to source. No. I will not use natural gas. I will not use petroleum. I will go for hydrogen. Now, what is the problem of hydrogen? very light, very flammable. Transportation is a big problem, and the other problem of hydrogen is that if you put in hydrogen, if you put in steel under high pressure, then hydrogen has a solubility in steel, and that is known as hydrogen embrittlement. Let us not talk about it. We are not, that is technical. I will not talk about it. But the point is, hydrogen transportation and piping, that is going to be a big problem. But in Florida and in other places in US, from the year 2000 or maybe before that, hydrogen cars are operating, hydrogen buses are operating. So they have tried basically. Next. Kyoto Protocol aimed at reducing carbon dioxide. What is the year 1897? United States of America spent resources to reduce particulates, carbon monoxide, NOx, SOx, etc. NOx, SOx, etc. They are called NOx, SOx, etc. USA not keen to reduce CO2 emissions because its economic development could not be sustained then. Mitigation endeavors meet roadblock. Right? What USA says, if we reduce our carbon dioxide emission, development of the economy or development of the country will get affected. What is your idea on development and sustainability? Kindly write everyone one paper at least as you do on Indian development and Indian sustainability in future. Development in India and sustainability in India. Honorable Prime Minister is again and again talking about water transport. Water transport. Why water transport? Because water transport is less carbon dioxide producing. Water transport is better as compared to surface transport. Next slide. Carbon dioxide is also used as raw material for urea, salicylic acid. I will not go into it. Do you know, this is something, last point is very important. Carbon dioxide is used as a solvent and supercritical fluid. Very, very interesting. How do you produce perfume and which country produces the maximum perfume? Can you tell me? Answer is France, yes. How do you produce perfume? How many different flowers we have? Why can't we produce our perfume from flowers? We need a solvent and solvent extraction. But the solvent typically that is used is heptane and octane. Heptane, C7. Do not go into it. Heptane. Heptane has a very strong smell, and once you take heptane, the perfumery quality smell goes down drastically. What carbon dioxide does, and if I tell you, if you can set up any plant, you will be a rich man within no time. Carbon dioxide under high pressure behaves like an organic solvent. So you give high pressure to carbon dioxide will behave like an organic solvent. You bring your perfume, your fruit, your flower and material and spices and other things. So that material will come into carbon dioxide. Now you reduce pressure, carbon dioxide will come to vapor, to gas phase. Your material will remain. Carbon dioxide extraction is one of the very good techniques by which you can get. I asked Borobajar people, the masala industry, spices industry, whether they are having. The point is they do not know about it. They do not know about it. Next slide. Do not go into it. I will not go into it. Okay. Just I will not go into it. This is something that you must read. There was an environmental writer called John Nash, and he developed a price divided by what you want. I have 2 shirts, I have 2 pants, I want to have 10 shirts, 10 pants. So I want to have more, and I increase the quotient, I increase the ratio, rings and this and this. What will happen? And then people said, what do you mean by wealth? I mean, wealth means you have some money and you know what to do with money. And our money will be in bank. What do we do? Bengalis? Bengalis, I am not talking about others. Bengalis, what do we do with our money? Maximum we do fixed deposit. Maximum we do is fixed deposit. Right? What do they do with money? No, they do not keep in bank. They put their wealth to work for them. So they are invested beggars. One fine person, I was working in Bombay in a chemical plant. So Bombay, those people told me, Dekho ji, I have got my salary. Oh, investment got here. So he used to do this. And he said, we are all here are invested beggars. You always put money in bank. And we are all invested beggars. What is the meaning of that? My money is working somewhere in some company, or I am making my own company. What we do, we are using our money only in bank. That only matches the inflation. 5%, 5%, 5%. Not more than that. We never think of 20%. We never think of 40%. We never think of 100%. Right? Not a question of share market. I am also number 1, number 2, creativity. Creativity. For example, drinking water you are buying. Without buying drinking water, if you get your rainwater and try to use grandmother's formula to clean that water, putting some alarm and things like that, and making the water absolutely clear, and then trying to see what that water contains, and then drinking that water, you are not buying that water, you are selling somebody. We have enough time. We will go and gossip outside, but we will not do anything. That is what my point is. Sustainability has to start at the very home and at your own level. Sustainability is not. What is science in our country? Tell me. Science is doing. We do not do science, we read science. Now people are talking about startup. After this new government has come, we have done science, means we have read science. Science has to be done. Every day the ladies do in cooking. They create. See the food industry, how food industry has come. How the junctions have come. How the malls have come. Food is a thing. Do you know about Sabyasachi Mukherjee? Sabyasachi Mukherjee. You know who is he? Who is he? Designer. What does he design? He designs for the celebrities. That is the answer I want. Celebrities, okay. Where is he from? Bengal. From a small place called Kakinada. He is from Kakinada. And he was thrown out of his house by his parents because he wanted to do fashion design. He was studying in St. Xavier's College. He was thrown out. His father said, nothing doing, you are after the women and you will do design of dresses of women. We do not want this. So he left his house. It was his passion to do. So he completed his St. Xavier somehow. He went to National Institute of Fashion Technology. He used some money somehow and then tried. Initially, he started doing small things, small stitching things, and this and that. Gradually, tell me, where is he now today? Am I more famous or Mukherjee is more famous? What is the answer? Professor Pudi is more famous or Subhrata Mukherjee is more famous? Madam is more famous or Subhrata Mukherjee is more famous? This madam is more famous or he is more famous? No doubt, Subhrata Mukherjee is more famous simply because you have to find your own sustainable life. Do you follow? That is the idea. Why these courses? What is the point in having these courses? What is the takeaway? You tell me. You get the course, you get a certificate, you will place it in your university or any place, or you will have in your biodata, I have done this course, I am very good, things like that. And then someone who is less competent than you, someone who does not know sustainability, will ask you, can you tell me about sustainability? No, your answer, I am not happy. Are who says? You do not understand sustainability, I know, I have done it. So that should be your confidence. So whatever Professor Podi is doing, or whatever all these teachers, all of you are doing, you should have sustainable life of your own by choosing your own life and by controlling your own. That is what is necessary. Do not try to follow anyone. Your life is your life. It is no one else's life. Please do not follow anyone. Follow the system. Follow your own instinct. Follow your own passion. Follow your own profession and try to do that. That is what is necessary for this country. That is sustainable. Okay. Next point. I will go to the next slide. Okay. Sustainability and health. Yeah. Sustainability.
Which one, sir?
Sustainability and health. দেখুন ওখানে আছে। PowerPoint.
Yeah.
PowerPoint, huh? পেয়েছেন?
No, not this one. দেখছি স্যার দেখছি। Sustainability and health, sir.
হ্যাঁ। যদি এটাতে না থাকে তাহলে অন্যটাতে যেতে হবে। PowerPoint.
হ্যাঁ।
এটা বেরিয়ে যান ওটা থেকে। বেরিয়ে যান দিয়ে ওগুলো হয়ে গেছে
Sir, control F. Control F.
PowerPoint. হ্যাঁ, this is PowerPoint.
আসছি স্যার।
যাবো?
না স্যার আমি দেখছি। সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট এন্ড এরকম কিছু আছে।
হ্যাঁ দেখুন। ঠান্ডা লাগছে আপনার? কার্বন ডাই অক্সাইডটা নয় কিন্তু।
না না পেয়েছি।
হ্যাঁ। এটা একটুখানি বলে আমরা শেষ করব। Kindly see the debates that we are in. We have talked about end of pi versus reduction at source. We will not talk about it. Ecology versus economy. Environment versus development. Capacity building versus recycle. Rural versus urban. Digital versus non-digital. CD versus paper. We will not talk about it. Metal versus plastic. Next slide. We will not talk about it. We have talked about it because we have talked about Rachel Carson. We will not talk about it. Next. We also know what for sustainability is, whether out of volition or out of compulsion. Why do you want sustainability? Why human beings are talking about sustainability today? See the beautiful quote of Wordsworth over there. Let nature be your teacher, because nature never did betray the heart that loved her. All of you know. Come on. Controlling nature, please see this. Controlling nature is reaching a dead end. So sustainability has caught our attention. Controlled nature too much. Next slide. These are all conventions. There are many conventions, so these are all conventions, very, very important ones. 1972, 1987, 1992, 1992. You keep the slides, so the point is, the slides, so please take the slides, okay? And you increase them because there are many. In 2015, there was this COP conference. So, next. UN climate change here. No, next slide. Kindly read this. We have talked about this global surface temperature, so we will not talk about it much. Next. We will not talk about it. You know all this now. Next. We will also not talk about it. Forget. Do not talk about it. Let us go. This one is go with this one. Next one, earlier one. Kindly keep this in mind. There is something called Kaya identity, and go and check what Kaya identity is. Kindly go to the earlier slide. Yeah, this one. Kindly see the formula over there. Carbon dioxide emission is equal to population into GDP per person into energy intensity into carbon intensity. Okay, just write down this. Do not you may not need this, but the point is, if at all anytime you need, you keep the slides, and you can calculate. Please go to the next slides. Yeah, please go to the next slide. Please go to the next slide. Yeah, not required. Go to the next slide. Yeah. There is something called planetary boundaries. More Earth system processes could reach their respective thresholds, and resilience in several components may be compromised in this century. Next slide. That Gaia hypothesis, I just wanted to tell you. How can the planet support 7.4 billion then? A billion could live on of the earth. 6 billion living as we do is far too many, and you run out of planet in no time. That was what has been said. Next. Forget about this. Forget about this also. Forget about this. And these gentlemen write something interesting. We need morality, ethics, collective. He's a physicist or biologist. We need morality. Now, biologist is talking about morality. See, morality, ethics, collective responsibility, and cooperation at all levels to solve them. Mutual coercion, such as legally binding protocols, fines, and taxes agreed mutually by majority of the affected parties, is probably the key tool. As a global community, we are yet to reach such arrangements. We need morality, ethics, collective responsibility, and cooperation at all levels to solve them. You are talking about sustainability. In order to come to sustainability, we need that morality and ethics. That is why philosophers are important. That is why philosophy is important, and that is why you are talking about science and philosophy together. Next slide. To conclude from G. Wala, he is saying, no natural system supports exponential growth forever. Take this, very, very important. No natural system supports exponential growth forever. Optimistic projections show that the global population would stabilize around 9 billion, and the carbon and energy intensity factors in the Kaya identity could continue to decline as more and more countries become developed, while global mean GDP per person increases another 5-fold to reach $25,000 by the year 2100. These are all predictions. We can be optimistic and hopeful for a stable future. However, after witnessing the jingoistic slogan such as "My country first" around the world in recent years, it is worth recalling a quote by Lovelock. See, this is yesterday I talked about Lovelock, and Professor Podi also talked about Lovelock. See the quote of Lovelock. What is he saying? The science is settled on global warming of a section of climate scientists. Lovelock, who had believed in rapid and dire consequences from climate change, said, "One thing that being a scientist has taught me is that you can never be certain about anything. You never know the truth. You can only approach it and hope to get it a bit nearer to it in each time. You iterate towards the truth. You don't know it." Right? So what we are talking about? We are talking about global temperature like 2100, things will stabilize. We are talking about, different other things. We are saying that sustainability will improve our earth, but the real problem is that you never know what is going to happen in the next 5 years. So never really cash on a particular technology. Never become, very confident. Always try to see how things will happen. Yesterday we said something, we discussed. Our discussion was that you never know how environmental factors will be affected because of your decision today, right? So that part is very, very important. Okay, next slide. Forget about it. Thank you. Thank you. Now, questions, please. If you have questions, I love to answer, because I know that some of the questions will come which I cannot answer. Yeah, and I will be very happy. Please, yes. Please, madam.
Okay.
So we talked in length about
cancel that PPT.
And like more than questions, these are concerns
No, no,
about
please
that.
tell me, please.
So we talked about how how sustainable development and how technological advancement, more and more technological advancement can probably solve our problems, at least make the situation better, if not solve. Um, I was reading this book by Louis Economides. It's called Ecology of Wonder. So she talks about different concepts of wonder, and she talks about different types of sublime. So sublime is an aesthetic value, and like after talking about natural sublime, environmental sublime, she talks about how we are going towards technological sublime, where we are seeing technology as this grand thing, which we fear, but at the same time we're in awe of it, and we're finding all our solutions in technology. But like you said yesterday also that we never know if once we were talking about
I will just disagree on one point. I will not say all are totally nuisance, but I will definitely say that you never know how a particular technology chosen at a particular time of history will behave in the next few years. For example, E is equal to mc square was an equation, and no one really thought that it will be used in atomic bombs. But the point is, they were used in atomic bombs, and it was found that it was very bad. If Einstein would not have developed that equation, perhaps it would have been better for the world. So that question. Point is, today what we are doing, why, you tell me, ammonia, why so many people are now living on Earth? So many people are living on Earth because of the 1923 discovery of Haber. Haber, who developed, he was a chemist or chemical engineer or someone in about 1919, I think. He developed in 1919, correct. 1919, he developed, because it is 100 years almost, he developed the Haber-Bosch process, and that produced ammonia. And ammonia is the major reason. Because of that, you could increase your food production, and because food production increased, you could sustain so many people. Point is, at that point of time, ammonia production was very great. There was no problem. Today you are saying the population is very large. The point is, in history, where you will stand, you will not know today. But sustainability is important from that point of view.
the concept of sustainability important, but also when we rely on science somehow we think of ourselves like the human species as the master. For example, when we were talking about like few years back, we were talking about windmills and how they're going to be a revolutionary thing, but now it has been banned at so many places because it has been observed that it kills many birds. Also, like example of green revolution, how it was considered as a revolutionary thing, but now we realize all the environmental problems it has caused. So so there is this one option
No,
that
but you were saying it kills many birds. But how Netherlands is doing so well in wind energy, I don't know. Netherlands is doing very good in wind energy. You will see windmills over there, one after the other, even today, right? So the point is, in some part windmill. Point is, you just cannot copy one technology from a particular place in India and apply that in another place simply because you never know that particular technology will be useful. So that point is there. Secondly, anything is having life cycle, and there must be life cycle assessment. People are doing that now. Earlier people did not do. For example, we are saying biotechnology is very good, but it is found that over the years, a particular biotechnology and a particular chemical technology route, chemical technology is found to be environmentally safer as compared to biotechnology in the long run. So the point is, these assessments, people are doing it. People, it is not that nothing is happening, but the point is, ultimately, it is our when you come to philosophy, that point is very important. That it is not only technology but also our mindset. That makes a very big difference. How much do I need? Our need has increased a lot, and that is why people are really, trying to. Do you know what a new research is being done? The new research is what kind of material do you like? For example, If you search something in Google, you will find, if you just do this in your mobile phone, you will find that similar things will come. How similar things are coming? Because Google knows that you are now interested in that particular thing. So now when you go to a market, there will be some chip and you are selecting a particular dress, you checking this. Immediately what will happen? The similar colors will now come and things will be done in that manner. So the point is artificial intelligence and all other things are doing this. Your cognitive idea, they are also being processed in that manner. Yeah.
Just one thing that I would like to add, like because it
Please,
was almost there when
please.
you said. So you also talked about how we really need to change our mentality.
Yes.
And you also talked about this concept of how, mitigation of pollution or pollutants it's not market driven thing, it's a regulation driven thing.
Always.
Yeah. So I'm always concerned about this particular thing of how paper straws have been, replacing the plastic straws. But I find it very problematic because, instead of marketing or instead of telling us that you can just sip on your water or juice or drink, they are asking us to replace plastic straws. So we have reduced plastic, but again, like you said, paper, like even the production of paper is so like it consumes energy, it consumes forest.
Not only that, the wastewater from paper, how much biological oxygen demand they have? Do you know BOD? Are you familiar with BOD? BOD of wastewater paper is of the order of 9,000, 10,000. 9,000 high BOD. What is the maximum BOD that you can allow? Of the order of 30 ppm. 9,000 ppm. So the point is, cellulosic materials are going into it. So the problem is that this balance has to be done. And when technology has to be adopted, it is not only profit, it is also environmental cost that you have to, that was not the case earlier.
It's also largely a matter of, I think, policy making of, so suppose government is introducing products which are anti-plastic or which are, alternatives of plastic, the government also has to make sure that they are available at cheaper price, maybe by funding them, because it's not easy for everyone to afford the natural organic.
But I will ask you one point. Who is government actually? So if you are in the best possible institute of the country, IIT Kanpur is having we have great regard for the things. So you are in the best possible institute. Tell me, there also, if you cannot change the mindset and if you cannot change anything, do you expect a small university in some place will be able to do? IIT Kanpur is having so much of quality research and culture and things like that. You will be the person who can tell us that you do this. That point is still lacking, not for a particular institute, but all over the place. We will seek and discuss and find out. That kind of things.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
Sir, my question regarding environment, sir, for one example, IIT BHU has a project, and from engineering background, the scholars had developed one of the process to clean the Assi River.
Yeah.
And second, they have developed an RO. Basically, the ordinary RO plant, it takes 3 liter water to give you 1 RO purified water. They have tried to minimize that waste of water. But we find that their projects and their research didn't get any type of funds, first. Second, there are many proposals in incubation centers. But sir, you are also a former vice chancellor, but university has no fund and grants for small minds who are working there. When suppose we get the fund, we arrange the fund, and suppose I make one company or any firm, so there is no loan facility. And third thing, when I have to register my project, intellectual property registration cost is too high. So we already want to do something, but there is no any free hand given to us. And many projects have been developed by CSIR. Instead of providing funds to marketing industries, if government will give that fund to engineering students and these projects, So we can achieve the equilibrium of sustainability and development, but there is, or at the ground level, there is no project. Even University Grant Commission has no any policy regarding if a student is trying to do any research work into that. And one more suggestion I want to give you: the people who are beyond master degree, the graduation students has very much, they are very much enlightened, but they didn't get any because they are not eligible. Their proposal get rejected. So if these things are in this type of circumstances, how can we be able to move forward? So please suggest few of the solution regarding this.
I mean, this is a very difficult question that you asked. Very difficult question. See, we have also faced this problem that we have not got grants. What you are saying is perfectly correct. Problem is government. I will not talk about central government. I will talk about every government. Point is graduates are passing in. What was my challenge as an academic person? What was my challenge? My challenge is, 80 to 90% first generation learners used to come. So my challenge was my place is not like IIT Kanpur. My place is ordinary people, maid servants. Daughter will come to study. My purpose was very simple. These people come with their head down. When they leave, they will go with their head up. At least they can look after this guy. That is the only thing I had. So I tried to do that. Even from my pocket I have paid for students, not for a large number, but for a few students, so that they can do the form filling. Otherwise, they don't have that money. What you are saying? Second is, yes, everyone is talking about proper funding. It is a very sad situation. What is that? Funding is controlled by a few people, and if you do not have proper credential, you will not get funds. But if you do not get funds, you will not be able to prove your credential. So it is something like which one is earlier, chicken and egg question. If you do not have a fund, you will not be able to prove your credential. If you do not have credential, I will not give you fund. So the point is, in other places, in Western countries, it is basically industries which come, they take and give internship, they come and then the government comes in, right? Here, maybe over here things will happen. Maybe. But the point is, what you were saying, I cannot really disregard your question.
In last scenario, more than millions of startups were started, and double to that has been stopped after Corona period. So instead of pouring water into the roots, our many governments they sprinkle water to the leaves. This is the main cause. And if government want to implement any of the things, first it should make a standard operating procedure so that it get installed first in UGC granted universities. One of the things, my friend is an engineer doing the work in a solar field, but his industry has closed. Just there is no funds, and after Corona period, everything has been finished. So there is a lot of red tapeism, there is a lot of checkouts, and a person who is doing BTech, he has already given all the things from his family, and he cannot think freely afterwards. So people who can think freely, they are basically 17 to age of 17 to 21, but they have no any scheme. There is no scheme. Kishore Vaigyanik Protsahan Yojana. I was in 9th or 10th, but these type of scholarship and schemes, they just make a wide publicity, and they select those people who are good in maths and physics. They have no any things regarding projects. So in the science field, science should open doors for all. So this should be there. So situation is really it's not harnessing for this conservation. So what else we can do? What we can do that the rainwater harvesting, I can plant one tree, I can plant one sapling. This all everyone do. But in order to change, in order to bring a favorable change, it is very far away from our state. So if you can start one of the projects, or if I want to convey from all the universities to you all that if university starts such type of projects, that will be helpful and that will be favorable in future.
Do you know what is happening? Universities are also getting only salary grant and minimum maintenance grant from the, you know what, you know the amount of money that we are charging from the students. We cannot increase the fees, and it is not possible also to increase the fees. So that is the situation, and government has to do. Government has to do what you are saying. I cannot contest, because you have asked a very difficult question. That yes, all these are on paper, but these are all your point is also being recorded. And finally, if ICPL material is going to Delhi, people will read, people will study, and I think whatever commotion we do, little bit of that will definitely change the mindset of the government also. That is something I feel. What you are saying, I cannot contest, because we have also faced the similar problem. We have faced the similar problem. And that is a second point I would like to say. We have been comfort oriented. You know, every institute will have AC rooms, will have this, will have that. Earlier, people used to work under a very hard condition. Even you know how US people go out to office in spite of snow and everything. Even you know it is very difficult over there. Still, people are going to office. People are doing that. Here it is not so. So that is something that yes, what you are saying is right. I cannot really contest. Yeah, madam.
We came across different dichotomies, sir. So, in my way, if I look not in a dichotomous way, for example, if we take into consideration ecology and economy, not the versus, environment and development, not versus, capacity building and recycling ability, not the versus. So we would be towards sustainable development, I believe. Say, for example, if we want to install a solar plant on my roof, so that it can produce the common lights or the pump, water pump, okay. Instead of installing an AC in my community room, it will be highly charged because solar panel are highly costly. And the electric vehicle.
Long term it is.
But initially, you know, for us,
yeah,
it is very difficult to invest.
No, true.
And the electric vehicle you have talked about, it is also high price.
11, let me tell you, 11 lakhs, they said, I mean, Tata said 11 lakhs or so.
So how many of us?
No, but the point is that, you know, if you talk about, if bank loans are provided, and if you put some sustainability cost over there, environment cost over there, and based on that, if you buy it, the bank gives a part of it, you know, the balance. For example, a normal car is 6 lakhs, and you have, so that 5 lakh will be given to you as soft loan, which you can give back in 3 years or 4 years, and by that time you are also getting, that possibility is possible. Possible, perhaps possible. I mean, if the banks decide so, in order to save the environment.
But is that project taken by bank, that if you are applying for car loan specifically for an electric car vehicle, your loan will be comfortable for you?
Madam, this is being discussed, and you said now, these are some of the things that you can definitely write, that, you know, sustainability and all these things, electric vehicle, how it can how it can enter into the market, and how it can really change the quality of the environment.
To have a practical position.
What we still do not have, what is, in order to make electric vehicle, you are giving there is some input material and input cost. Whether in that input material and input cost, what is the sustainability sustainability cost that is existing? For example, in order to make something, you are putting environment into stress. You are stressing the environment in order to make that. Now you are getting benefit in the long run. What is the net benefit? That is not studied, madam. In no system it is studied. We have not been able to do that kind of study where there will be net benefit. For example, if you walk the road, it is possible to see the net benefit. Suppose 100 people do not take bus and they walk to their office. If that happens, one bus does not run. So the amount of fuel that is saved, the amount of carbon dioxide that is not emitted, these are some of the things. If this way everything is done, then only it is possible to do. Yes, it is a good question.
This is the last question. Okay.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Ishwara. I came from Vishakhapatnam. My question is that in 1780, sodium carbonate was demanded. But that time, French government has announced its fate. The problem is find out 1863, almost of 83 years is gone. Why? All the government, all the implication is failed. They announced the problem is minimum. Any problem is it is the problem, not forecasting. The problem is when was the started, but almost it is the problem. It is find out nearby 50 or 20 years there. Can you understand my question, sir?
Yeah. So what is your specific question?
Why my baby is born when I was forecasting their future, but our government, our young people is not forecasting that his problem is coming before 20 or 30 years.
True. I understood. If in every material, in every activity, we have not put the environmental cost in any way. Cost to the environment. It is said, CTC. Do you know that CTC? Cost to company. When you work in an industry, they calculate CTC, cost to company, for a particular person. Cost to environment was never calculated. Cost to environment was never calculated, and that is why we are in. Cost to environment is everywhere. That we are sitting over here. So many lights are on. So many ACs are on. There is a cost to environment. But if you see, this cost to environment is not calculated. Even today. Because we are not calculating this cost to environment, we are continuing this process. It is said, civilization is like a wheel. And once it has started moving, it will continue to start moving unless it stops. You cannot stop. Today consider that we will sit here without AC, then without everything. We will get frustrated. It is not possible to sit here. All of us will do this. Point is, cost to environment must be added over there. Difficult. One way is population must stabilize at a particular point. Second is technologies will become more less energy consuming. Food materials and other things will be more nutritious in less amount. Clothes and other things will become, requirement will be less. So one after the other, all these things will come, and that is how we have to go. Otherwise, it is not possible. All about mindset. Ultimate is philosophy. All about mindset. Yeah.
Maybe for some like 100%. See, because unless and until you that you want to do something, nobody can change you or nobody can force you. That's relative. Now the point is that, see, if you control your mind, it all started from Greek civilization. There is a dualism between the body and mind and vision. This dualism is not this difference is not a development of today. It all started from Greek civilization, where reason dominates nature, where mind dominates nature. But the only point is that if mind understands the natural things and surroundings, the mind should not pursue nature. Because it is already discussed that man is a part of nature, man is not a part of it. The person, those who are saying that man, I'm here conservative, or let's say that religion dominating attitude, they whenever they are saying this statement, they must occupy a space in natural environment. So how can they say they contradict themselves? And as I said earlier, that absolute preservation is impossible. Absolute destruction is dangerous.
Now, how can you go for and also there is a distinction between sustainability and sustainable development. Amartya has given a beautiful example. He is saying that just look at a picture of a Royal Bengal tiger. I mean the picture. I mean the picture is valuable because of a Royal Bengal tiger or the painter who paints it very clearly. Why this picture is valuable to me? I'm seeing this portrait, okay? Beautiful picture. I'm saying that beautiful picture. Why it is valuable to me? Is it valuable because of the Royal Bengal tiger, or is it valuable because of the painter? This distinction lies similarly to the distinction between sustainability and sustainable development. Now put the painter and put the picture in these two conceptualization. One is sustainability, another is sustainable development. Now, who is going to sustain? How much going to sustain? And sustainable development says the need, to meet the need of the present without compromising the need of the future generation. I mean, future is unprecedented, unpredictable. You know, in Bhopal gas tragedy, what happened? Today, there are a lot of babies are born with lot of defunctionary limbs. I mean, somebody's heart is choking. I mean, people are go for forceful abortion because of that tragedy. So that tragedy was there in 1985. You know, this is 2022. This happened. अपनी आप अगर ताल की पेड़ आज लगाएंगे, इसका मतलब ये नहीं आप खुद ताल खाएंगे. 50 साल, 200 साल, 250 साल के बाद जो फ्यूचर जनरेशन आएगा वो भी ताल खाएगा. So the sustainability lies in the policy, sustainability lies in the mindset, and sustainability also lies in Indian philosophy and civilization. I am not talking about Hinduism or Hindu philosophy like that. I am talking about Indian culture and civilization, where we say that Devi Vasundhara, the world is a family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And we are part and parcel of it. Yes, Rekha.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Padi and Professor Chakravarti. I really like I must congratulate. It was wonderful. And we and one of our fellow, we were discussing that when we are going to talk about sustainability, where is the lecture on sustainability? And this is how my take from your lecture is that the very important part is, see, we have knowledge, right? We know that this is good, this is bad. Awareness, the lack of awareness. Sometime in the morning, I have seen that many people, they know that water should be saved, but while brushing their teeth, they open the tap and just. So the awareness, I find it very important. Of course, mindset is there, awareness. And second, the sir has very beautifully put it, that the steps we need to take in every step. See, from day one we are here and we are taking water in this plastic bottle, isn't it? We know this is not good. We are aware. We are doing this workshop on environment. Can I request everybody to avoid this from now onwards? From now onwards. हम बोल सकते हैं ना कि हमें ग्लास में पानी दे दो. Glass can be bought. It can be available. इसको कीजिए आप पहला काम अभी से. Will not take water here in this. This could be the first step. This is the step, in fact, towards what to say. As Chandra sir ने ये बहुत सुंदर वो प्लास्टिक का तभी then and there he said. So these are the things which जो हमें ही करना पड़ेगा. It's not theoretical. Theoretical हम कितना करेंगे? We learn.
Where is knowledge that we have lost in information technology? What are you studying? IT, sir. I am an IT boss, sir. IT expert, sir. Everyone is IT. And where is wisdom that we have lost in knowledge? That wisdom Professor Modi is talking about, that wisdom these philosophers will talk about. We are, basically working in plants and this and that. We do not know, we are throwing materials here and there. That teaching will be necessary. And what she said just now, keeping the tap on, the total amount of water that is used, keeping, taking bath under the shower and taking bath in bucket water. What is the difference between the two? People do not have all these information. People do not have. See the kind of problem that is taking place in Odisha because of water. See the problem that is taking place in Rajasthan because of water. You not pleased. So the point is, water table is going down in Bengal. So the point is, you see, there are many, many problems. These problems need to be carefully chosen and very slowly, even a small step, as she is saying, even a small step we will do. Ami ki korte pari? What can I do? People say that, so many people are polluting, what do I do? Even a small step will make a difference. I just tell you a story, last story, and then one boy, it is a story about a Spanish poet who is taking morning walk in the on the beach, and I have told this story to many people on the beach, and it is a beautiful good morning. At night it was rain, so the temperature is very good. The sky is partly cloudy, but the sun is rising, and it is almost dark. And that man is going from one particular point, and he's walking. And as he's walking, at the distance, he is seeing that someone is dancing. And he is very, very fascinated. Someone is dancing this morning, so early in the morning. So he is again going, and he is seeing that someone is taking something from the beach and throwing into this, and looks like dancing. So he goes very near, and he found that there are many starfish. And what the boy is doing, that boy is taking the starfish and then going into the ocean. So he goes and says that, boy, what are you doing? You are a young boy, you have a big future. Why don't you go and study? So that boy is saying, I am just throwing starfish. Just throwing. The way an ordinary person says, throwing. So what does it do? Whatever, millions of starfish, miles of beaches all over the world, what you are doing will not make a difference. So what did the boy do? The boy took one starfish, with all his energy, threw that into the ocean, and then looked at the person and said, it does make a difference to this one at least. This one is said. So that is basically the lesson. I could not do much, but at least you can, if you can. So that is why, these workshops are basically, some intuition. If someone can do, I could not, I failed, but it doesn't mean he will also fail. So that is what the purpose is.
Responsibility ethics. Yeah, it says that very big part of it that he says. We are not here to solve all the problems, but we are here to avoid ourselves in creating problems. And that is your ethics of responsibility. That makes you meaningful. That makes you aware. But very nice, sir. A formal. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Beautifully. Yesterday the online presentation was there, and because of some technical problems, I was under darkness, little bit skeptical also that whether he could come here physically or not. But by the grace of God and with the love of His wisdom and also love of ourselves, from all the participants, he came physically. He started speaking at 10:45 to 1:30 with a 10 minutes break. And this is the enigma of a teacher. You know, he was a former vice chancellor and former registrar in Calcutta University. Just few months back, he has been retired from vice chancellorship. And I have a good relationship while I was a registrar officiating in my university, and he was chosen as a university board member to the search committee for our vice chancellor. Since that time, even before that, because when I was in charge of academic staff college, then I met him several times. We talked so many things. We talked of TNPC, I mean Paro Hinda and Paro Charcha. But the philosophical community, this good human being is day by day, deteriorating. You know? And though he belongs to engineering background, still there is a possibility engineers are also good human beings. And because it was in Shastra, Vishwakarma, Yajanista Devo, Adi Gandharva, Avabat Dityo. There is no Dityo, he is the only one. And engineers are only Aditya. I mean, they are the only one people. Because Silpa, I mean, they created this world because of their engineering. And I found Professor Chaudhary such a nice person. With a single request, he came, he talked to us, he taught so many things. And I, on behalf of ICPR and this organizing committee, and also on behalf of me, I personally like him. And also I am thankful to him that he has spent some quality time with us. He came last night, he will be leaving tomorrow. Initially, I was under the impression that he will be staying for 2 more days, so that Nawabon ka शहर है, थोड़ा देख लें. लेकिन because of paucity of time, he is also now the director of it. And because of paucity of time, he will not be able to visit a lot of places in Lucknow. But this is his first visit to Lucknow. But near future, if anything is organized on behalf of me, definitely Professor Chaudhary will be remembered. And we are thankful on behalf of participants also, sir. I'm thankful to you. And in case of any discrepancy or inconvenience, please forgive us. Because ultimately, sir, at the end of the day, vade yayate tattva bodha. You know, Indian philosophy believes in vada, not vitanda. Because vada, I mean reasoning, that gives us a clarity of the tattva, of the theory. And every theory has its vada and vitanda, but we don't believe in vitanda and jalpa. We believe in vada. And there is a beautiful concept given in by Vivek Devrai. He is the chief advisor of economic advisor of the Prime Minister, but he has translated Mahabharata. I mean, he is also translating Harivamsa. I mean, when Krishna is a child, we know him in Mahabharata, but there is no in Mahabharata Krishna came as an adult. But what about the childhood? It is in Harivamsa. So Harivamsa is being translated by Dr. Vivek Devrai. He is saying that there is a concept called Navadwara Puram. 9 Dwara and 9 Dwara. When Arjun is talking to Sri Krishna, you know, there is a 9 Dwara consisting of another 9 Dwara, that is called Ashtadosha Dwara. And there are 9 Dwara in a human body, and that is called Navadwara Puram, plus Navadwara Puram is Ashtadosha Dwara Puram. Everybody, I mean, we have Plato while discussing on Socrates, I mean, in Republic, it's a dialogue. Hegel, dialogue. Even if Bradley, it is dialogue. And even if Gita, this is a dialogue. And yesterday, Professor Smarit Selvam was also talking about that we are in a dialogue. And today, Professor Chaudhary has proved that we are in a dialogue. Because Navadwara Puram and Navadwara Puram makes us Ashtadosha Dwara Puram. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pat.
Lunch is ready. Yeah, and to submit EAP in welcome you submit it the day after tomorrow. But let me give you tomorrow's presentation. Tomorrow we have Dr. Bonajit Sharma, then Dr. Riddhi Chatterjee, then Dr. Sukanta Ghosh, then Nihar, Nihar Bordoloi, then Pankaj Kumar Vermaji, then Soumya, then Ishwar. So these are the 7 to 7 participants. Let's go. After 2:30 p.m. to uh, 2:30 to tomorrow it's 2:30 to 5:33 hours. That's Selvam and Dilip Mohanty also coming. রেজিস্টার আসলে এসছে অমূল্য ইউনিভার্সিটিতে মাস্টার্স কি কি করেছি ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে বিটেক তুমি পড়ে তবে আমার একটা বেকার হচ্ছে ও মাস্টার্স কি তো চাকরির মধ্যে very না আমি ওই
this. And there is very beautiful irony represented here. She is very fond of, wearing those embellishments made of flowers and all. But at the same time, she asked every time when she needed them to wear and to create those ornaments and embellishments. So now she is leaving his father's place and go to Dushyanta. तो कर्ण ऋषि आते हैं और कहते हैं कि देखो, जिसने तुम्हारे लिए तुम्हें जल पिलाए बिना जो जल नहीं पीती थी, अपने प्रयास नहीं करती, अर्थात आप लोगों को बिना सींचे जो जल नहीं पीती थी, आभूषण की प्रेमी होने पर भी, देखिए यही डाइकोटमी है, पर भी लोगों के, आप लोगों के, मतलब पेड़ पक्षी जो फ्लोरा एंड फाउना है, उनसे कर्ण ऋषि कह रहे हैं, देखिए कितना अच्छा, आप लोगों के नए पत्तों को नहीं लेती थी, तोड़ती नहीं थी, तुम लोगों को पहली बार जब ब्लॉसम करते हैं आप सीजनली, जो उत्सव मनाती थी, अब वो जा रही है. You are so much part of her life that I seek permission. तो कर्ण ऋषि फ्लोरा और फाउना से परमिशन ले रहे हैं कि आप आज्ञा दीजिए कि शकुंतला यहां से जाए. और एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज इसमें अभी नेक्स्ट आएगी. नेक्स्ट, तो ये चाहे वो एनिमल एथिक्स आपने देखा, चाहे वो king as a custodian or as a citizen who cares, almost embodies a partial अंश of Shiva. एक और बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग केस आता है कि वो कब वापस आएगी, तो वहां वो आश्रम में ही आने की बात होती. तो कर्ण ऋषि फिर कहते हैं कि जब तुम अपनी सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज पूरी कर लोगी, तो तुम अपने पति के साथ वापस इसी आश्रम में आके रहना. Returning back to ashram, or you could say that nature or environment. So that she almost, they got, sense of arrangement or agreement. So in conclusion, citizen constitutes of Shiva those who preserve. So this is what I said at the very outset, at the beginning. And then king is the custodian of environment. He can be advised, he can be instructed, even he can be told what to do in certain places, what not to do in certain places. That was possible, and that is contextualized in Shakuntala. Then again, in some of the rituals, like when she is having this farewell, not completed until Shakuntala visited the pond in the ashram before finally left with Dushyanta to his kingdom. So whether Karma is saying or whether she is coming back to the same pond and taking a permission that I will not be here anymore and so on. And almost sort of an contract is not a right word, but sort of like this very subtle arrangement between the nature and her, that okay, and Kam Rishi says that you will come back again once you finished all your responsibilities and things like that. Then sense of harmony amongst human and wild animals, especially the reciprocal relationship between the king and the citizens, including animal, plants, trees under his kingdom. So you could see this. So at the last, I think this is what, because our workshop is also talk about Indian perspective. So I again emphasize that very ethos of Indian perspective is that we talk about preservation, not like protection. This comes very late. So our whole ethos is that is what between Ayurveda and modern medicine is. Like you fall sick and then you get the medicine. Whereas Ayurveda prepares you not to fall sick, right? The same sense you could see when Kalidasa describes the environment and everything, So that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I request.
And just one more thing, I was thinking that if I had this workshop before writing this, so now I will include all these, theories which I was not very much aware of, all these theories which you and other experts have taught us. So maybe this will refine it further in another direction. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Then we'll go for very quick questions. Please.
His presentation in a very precise manner. He pointed regarding our ethos, cultural ethos, Indian ethos of Vikram Shakuntala, precise point, he has mentioned the duties of ordinary citizen as well as him, and how could an ordinary citizen can become a part of Lord Shiva, and of course the relation between art and the family member, how can be revisited. If you are in a relation with art, by default, you will be a very good family member.
Yes.
And obviously the point of animal ethics. And of course, the last one is very beautiful. That is the round trip relation of human and environment. That your journey starts from nature and it ends with nature. It's very good, very precise, very smart presentation. Just one rectification. That those Satya जो है, उसका नाम है प्रियंबदा है अनासुआ, not अनुसुआ. अनासुआ, जिसको असुआ नहीं होता है, हिंसा नहीं होता है. Anasua, A-N, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Anasu. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. Dr. Bhajan.
Yes, Abhishek, thank you so much. I learned from you, in fact.
Thank you.
Okay, you have presented very confidently, and by seeing your confidence, can I ask you one question? Okay.
Please, ma'am.
The thing is that it is very clear that you have presented a model, which is very much, relevant in present scenario. But how to use this model, okay, the model which you are talking about, in the present scenario, is there any scope you feel that when I say the same model, I don't mean, you understand what I mean to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you highlight a bit on it? Just by seeing your confidence, I want to know it will be beneficial for all of us.
Yeah, I don't know. I normally avoid these political things and all. But look at, if you draw, if I force myself to draw a comparison, look at what happened when Prime Minister says that, you have to clean the streets and all. And same way here, if you look at how a king has made the custodian of environment. So, when what we say in a very, this colloquial parlance that, the buck stops at the top, So when a prime minister decides, कि नहीं ये तो होना चाहिए सफाई, and you see how it galvanizes, So it's very important that whether it's the society or the teachers or institutions, how they also help the leader to decide his or her priorities. There is no need of prime minister to say ये करना चाहिए or a king to say environment. I think this is one lesson we can really draw very much. The second thing on animal ethics, like when there is something in a restricted area, we know we are dependent on it for food and so on. But if you look at the ashrams, not very coded law, but within the certain peripheries and why certain things should be done in terms of animals in certain restricted area and why not it should not be done in another area. So these are maybe some practical aspects, like how you can deal with animal ethics. And third and final point to me again would be the same, though it looks very not very pragmatic, even when you talk about philosophy also. One is this preservation, protection and long term. It is long term thing, then you will get this. Good. Yeah, Soumya, please.
About three different things when it comes to protecting nature. So we talked about preservation, conservation, and protection. And the first question is how, so I am aware of the differences which are made in literature between conservation and preservation. If you could talk about how protection is different from preservation. Also, you said that, so this text largely, it promotes both preservation and conservation. Are there different terms used for it, or is that how you've interpreted it? And one more question. So, so king is treated as the custodian of environment, and again, this comes out of curiosity. That day, Dr. Kapil Kapoor was speaking about how the idea of stewardship in Western philosophy there, you know, even when it's positive, it's the idea that it becomes our responsibility to protect it. If we were to protect it, what would happen if it? So is this somewhat similar to it, or is it entirely different from the idea of that Western concept of stewardship?
So I'm not much aware of this stewardship, but maybe sir can respond to it. Yeah, I mean, I have, yeah. But one thing is, I mean, as you said, this, I mean, I can draw with my also the discipline which I'm working. See, in meditation, people say, मुझे meditation करना है, you know. तो कोई भी चीज जब आप मतलब effortless हो जाए, तो अगर इस पूरे और ये देखिए ये एक literary work है. You should not forget it's a literary work, right? So there is a poet का अपना एक काव्य शैली है, वो सारी imaginary सब कुछ है. लेकिन इसमें ये चीज देखिए कि ये सहज है, एक प्रक्रिया है कि वो वहां पड़ी है या वो लोग जो आ रहे हैं, तो एक जब आप किसी चीज से एम्बॉडीड रिलेशन जिसको हम कहते हैं, जब वो हो जाता है तो वो एफर्टलेस हो जाता है. तो इसको आप मतलब राजयोग से जोड़ सकते हैं, मेडिटेशन से जोड़ सकते हैं. तो इस तरह का एफर्टलेस एक रिलेशन आपको एनवायरनमेंट से बनाना है, तभी वो लॉन्ग टर्म आप कोई चीज कर पाएंगे. वरना वो एक दिन सफाई करेंगे, 2 दिन नहीं करेंगे, उस तरह की चीजें. और थीम वाले पे तो मैं श्योर हूँ कि अगर कोई भी लीडर किसी भी सोसाइटी में, घर हो, यूनिवर्सिटी हो, उसकी प्रायोरिटी है क्या, irrespective of what maybe masses thinks, because that is why he or she is a leader, right, to draw. But in those days, teachers were there who were helping those leaders to decide what should be their priority. I mean, though it has gone lesser and lesser now, but if he or she decides, I'm sure people will follow. तो ये तो हम ले सकते हैं यहाँ से बिल्कुल. I have a conviction.
Prashanjit, मैं तो चुपचाप था कि हमें whatever question comes to mind, even if it is a wrong question, ask. You are here to solve. Correct. But I want a question from you. So after everything you will give a question. Prashanjit, say you have given us. मुझे लगता है ये आपको लगता है सबको चाय पिलाया है.
मैं कुछ बोलना चाह रहा लेकिन मैं बोल नहीं सकता.
सबको चाय पिलाया.
She has presented very clearly. It is very clear.
Yeah.
Just go to three.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please.
There is a distinction between Raja and Praja. Who is a Raja in our Shastra? Chanakya is said that Sadasya Pujyate Raja Vidwan Sarvatra Pujyate. Raja means school of Rajagunas. And if there is no Raja, then there will be Arajakta.
Arajakta means, I mean, there is no Rajaguna, only tamasic and sattvic. Like no, there is lack of Raja. So the point is, when Dushmanta is playing the role of a Raja, he is protecting nature, also he is conserving nature, he is consuming the product of nature. But the point is, at that time there is no such huge population. So consumption is less, protection is more. So the concept of environmental awareness or environmental ethics or animal ethics was not there. It was there in the Shastras. Okay, plant is there to serve the purpose of me. I am also here to nurture the plant. So no such organized discipline is there so that we can point out that, oh, this is the case. No. This is the metaphysical biasness, number one. Number two, there in that time also, the need and greed is, I mean, greed is, there are no such greediness in human being. Need is there. But the dichotomy between need and greed, luxury and basic need, it is now manifested in 21st century or 20th century, not in the time of Abhidhyanand Shakuntalam or Kumar Sambhavam or Meghadutam. And he has mentioned a beautiful point. There is a article, I think book, Death of Nature. And another article, another book is Back to Nature. I think, yes, I mean, in Abhidhyanand Shakuntalam, these two kind of varieties, which is published in book form in 20th century, is already there. You might have some differences that, okay, these are metaphysics, there is a difference between spirituality, religion, metaphysics, epistemology, ontology, logic, ethics. Might have lot of arguments on the basis of that. But the way Kalidas is presenting, the thought, the imagination or the presupposition in his mind, that is commendable. So that presupposition, when we are saying in phenomenology, when we are saying that we are conscious, but consciousness means we are consciousness about something, of a person, of an event. But Kalidas has its own, Kalidas, Vigaran Sakuntala, whether it is Kumar Sloka, all are of chandas. Before Kalidas, there were no chanda. And you can believe all are on Anushtub chanda. In first sloka of Ramayana, Manishada Pratishtha Tamagama Saswati Sama. Even in Gita, Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya 8. In Bengali, Dhanadhanya Pushpe Bhara, Dhana Dhanya Pushpe Bhara 8. Anushtub chanda. So it's full of chandas, full of poetics. Before that, it was, it was not there. In Valmiki Ramayana, it is applied, but you can find chanda as an organized discipline in Kalidas. So he has tried his level best, and he has honestly confessed one thing, that he has not touched upon the basic theory. Otherwise, yes, he could have developed this. But yes, he inaugurated उसने शुभारंभ किया है, ठीक है, तो दूसरा शुभारंभ करेंगे हम कहां से, आवाज से, oh Divankar, yes, thank you Avish, thank you. Now I request Divankar, please start.
फोटो हो गया ना उसके साथ, अभिषेक के साथ इसमें
Thank you. So, Divakar impressed me while sending mail for this participation. I found him very talented, he belonged to such a department of Banaras University, Department of Philosophy and Religion, where Professor Umesh Dubey, Professor D.N. Tiwari, and Anand Misra, and the member secretary of ICTR belong to that department. Such a rich department, and PHU, Banaras is always Kashi Vishwanath. We have the emotional bond with Vishwanath. And I request Divakar to present you. Just tell us the title. Yeah.
Equilibrium of sustainability and development. In Indian ethos.
I request Divakar to finish everything discussed.
Next speaker is
Good afternoon, you all. It is a matter of immense pleasure for me to be here, and I am very grateful to ICPR and organizer Professor Lakshmikant Padi sir for giving me this opportunity. From last days, from 18 June, we are discussing about ecology. So today, what I have to present that. My presentation focused on equilibrium of sustainability and development, and I have tried to find the roots from Indian ethos, and workshop is also all about that. So what I found in my observation and in my reading, that Indian ethos is very rich in reference of ecology and environment. We have a belief that before Sanskriti there was a Prakriti, and everything revolves around the Prakriti. Whether it would be our literature, whether it would be our source, whether it would be our inspiration, in all the way, I think and I found that nature is at the center. and what things had shaped the Indian philosophy get the shape and all its projection from the nature. So one of the very old texts, Rig Veda, Vedas start from we all know Nasadiya Sutra from सृष्टि से पहले सत्य नहीं था, सत्य भी नहीं था, अंतरिक्ष भी नहीं था, आकाश भी नहीं था, लिखा था क्या, कहा किसने, थका था, उस पल को अचल अविचल जलधि कहा था. तो this is the this was the journey which was embarked from this type of curiosity, and we all have gone through with these words and these hymns. One of the old serial from Doordarshan, Bharat Ek Khoj, has covered all this. So what I found that Indian philosophy starts from this sutra, and when after that they start finding which of the devata. तो सृष्टि का कौन है करता, करता है वह करता, सदा अध्यक्ष बना रहता, ऊंचे आकाश में रहता, सदा अविचल बना रहता. So here the Vedas start, and after the end of Dwapar, when Bhishma was there, and Yudhishthira asked to whom we should worship so that we get all the results which we needed for our development, for our growth. So there Vishnu Sahasranam starts in Bhishma Parva. I am not clear, but what Bhishma says, Shuklam Vardhanam Vishnu Shashi Varnam Chaturbhujam, from Bhishma's word, so what Bhishma has said in Mahabharata, I think that journey ends. Afterwards, a new tradition starts. After the end of Dwapar, the Shramanic tradition, beside the Brahmin tradition, start flourishing. The journey of Shravan traditions from first Tirthankar Rishabdev to Mahavir. Mahavir is the last in Kali. He took an avatar. We cannot say it's an avatar, but in an Indian perspective, he arises there. And contemporary to the Mahavir, there is a Buddha, Bhagwan Buddha there. And both started new horizons of intellect. We find that after the Veda there is Upanishad, there are Puran, but parallel to the Brahmin tradition there was a Shraman tradition, and the Shraman tradition lastly covered the whole ethos. And in Shraman tradition, what we found, the concept of dharma is slightly different. In Brahmin tradition, we find that dharma has something retained to from past. And where you have taken a birth, jati dharma, karma bandh, and all get together. But in Shraman tradition, they have not given such importance to God. They have started a new things in a new way, old thing in a new way. From Rishabdev to the Mahavir, what Mahavir says that every jeev has its swabhav, swadharma, and it is the dharma of that jeev that he should follow his swadharma, follow his swabhav. सभी गुणों के अंदर निहित उसका एक स्वगुण है, उसी को उसे फॉलो करना चाहिए, और वही धर्म है. और हर जीव का यही धर्म है कि वो किस तरह मोक्ष को प्राप्त करे, अरहत अरहंत का ये कॉन्सेप्ट. फिर हम भगवान बुद्ध के दर्शन में ये देखते हैं कि उन्होंने कहा प्रज्ञा और करुणा, धम्म का उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट. Here the whole definition of dharma, I am not covering all the verses, but here if we want to summarize it, here it's completed. So Indian ethos is fully rich of nature. But what in a present context, many changes have taken places, and many more are taking places day or another day. Everything get old after a short span of time. We are living in this age of 20th century has been end, and 21st century has started. And as we are tending towards 22nd century, many things have lost its relevance. So here, what I want to say, the human attitude, regarding human attitude, because human is at the center. Human attitude towards the nature is seen generally of the two types. Basically, today when we are living in this world, we have guided missiles and misguided ones also. And misguided ones are more dangerous than guided missiles. We have dominating nature and submissive nature, which is very much opposite what we have a cohesive nature and conscious towards nature. So due to the dominative and submissive nature, what was the differentiating determining fact, determining feature in all the jivas, that man has the power to think in all direction and get formulate what he thinks. But due to our human attitude, which is dominating and submissive, we have created a scenario which is leading us to the crisis. So human attitude towards the nature is seen generally to be of two types, namely dominative and submissive. Like language along with the brain is the basic differentiating faculty that man has, animals don't have. In Indian writing, right from the Vedas, epic Puranas to present day, we find ample reference to ecological thoughts. Attitude of domination arises from man's thinking that he is supreme being and everything else is meant for his enjoyment, which is never found in our ancient literature. Looking at the devastating attitude of a modern man towards the nature, one is to promote to look into a man's attitude towards a nature through ages, where there are same attitude as that a modern man. If we look into an ancient Indian literature right from the Rig Veda period down to every recent century, we find man has established various relationships with natural elements. Ancient people had treated them as their parents and siblings. Indian philosophy, if we look at the Indian philosophy from Hindu point of view, हाँ समस्त एलिमेंट्स उसमें जो भी पदार्थ है सबके प्रति एक डिवोशन का फीलिंग हम देखते हैं. उसके पीछे रीजन क्या है? एक एक नित्य कर्म में जो व्यक्ति रोज सूर्य को अर्घ देता है, नदियों को प्रणाम करता है, दिशाओं को प्रणाम करता है, ईश्वर को प्रणाम करता है, तो आज नहीं तो कल वो प्रकृति के प्रति अहिंसक बन ही जाएगा. इसका शिखर छुआ भगवान महावीर और भगवान बुद्ध के दर्शन में. तो वेद से जो बात शुरू होती है वो हमारे पूरे इंडियन इथोस में कवर होती है आचार नियमों से, जिसमें राइट नॉलेज, राइट कंडक्ट पर फोकस किया गया एंड राइट फेथ, जो जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म के रूप में भारत ने अपने उच्चतम शिखर को छू लिया. यहां से हमारे इंडियन इथोस ने पूरा सफर तय कर दिया. लेकिन आज जब हम इस 21st सेंचुरी में जी रहे हैं तो हम ये देख रहे हैं कि आज इनको भी चैलेंजेस मिलने शुरू हो गए हैं. तो ह्यूमन एटीट्यूड की जहां तक मैंने बात की तो इसमें 4 तरह के एटीट्यूड, जो सबमिसिव डोमिनेटिव से तो हम परिचित ही हैं. तो कोहेरेंसिव नेचर की तरफ हमारे जितने भी एनवायरनमेंट के जो प्रोटोकॉल्स हुए हैं, जो कन्वेंशन हुए हैं, they have a aim to develop a cohesive nature so that they can be profitable and risk should be low. So they have developed certain type of methodology like sustainability, development, green revolution, green impact, and all other things, which are not of much value, because they have been utilized by developed countries in order to get space in the horizon of developing countries. In many ways, they want to obstruct the rising level, the demand, the competition from developing countries. But all the things what we have covered, whether it would be of ecocentrism, biocentrism, anthropocentrism, deep ecology, shallow ecology, and whatever any type of convention, Kyoto Protocol, Stockholm's. So these are not the action from consciousness. They are just what I can say. These are the action without any intended intention of doing something good. So but parallel to this, our ethos has a conscious towards nature. So that's why they have developed in Buddhism, Jainism, there is a atomism, Parasparagro, Savagraham, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Sarvamangalam, Chandramangalam, Suryamangalam. These all were the things. These are also a terminology, but this terminology is enlightened, that arises from a consciousness. Lastly, I want to focus regarding the present scenario, that many have came to the conclusion that we have to go back towards nature, but it is not possible. Even going back is against the nature, and those people who are asking to go back, or those who have such type of intentions, so they cannot make us understand that how and why. We have linked and we have reached to such horizon that from where we cannot turn around. And we have covered even all the things, all the recent developments. But what we find, that nothing reached to the ground, because human attitude should be changed, and human attitude cannot be changed in a meantime, or in a hour, not even in a centuries. It will take several centuries. So what I found, that religion has failed in many aspects. It is our faith that we are defending our religion. Hindu is defending our religion, Muslim is defending our religion. But the fact of the matter, the crux of the fact is, religion has failed. Secondly, politics has failed. Politics is not the methodology for development. It would be in the words of Machiavelli and all others, the politics was started for smooth functioning of administration, federal structure, Montesquieu said, but politics has failed. Now, politics has failed because if some of you might ask why I am telling that, why religion has failed. See, if you look at the religion, every religion started from whatever the founder, messenger, Tirthankar avatar was there. We find that it was closely related to soul, God, absolute, from a man's attitudes to absolute, from a jeev to the transcendental world. So these were the features of religion. When we will look into the John Hicks philosophy of religion, we find that religion is something different. And the propounder what says in every religion is different. Religion is different from practicing, and religion is different from what we have an impression regarding religion. Religion is basically a linear approach where there will be one propounder, there will be one book, and there will be few followers. They started it first in a layman way, and afterwards few scholars came. They correct it, they make a code of conduct, and afterwards they fight each other. It get divided into many classes, many belief systems, and afterward that religion ends from its source. So this is the common thing we find in every religion, whether it would be Hinduism, Buddhism. In Buddhism, I want to quote, when Buddha got Nirvana, the people didn't listen for Anand. Anand was a very, very close disciple of Buddhist. But when their granths and their pitakas were being assembled, they rejected the Anand's view and they just assembled it. And the similar thing in Jain religion also. After Mahavir, there were no Shrut Kevali left. Those Shrut Kevali 1 to 7 who were left, they just compiled it, and afterward they were Digambar first, and afterward they become Digambar Shwetambar. The sudden shift has taken place. In Sikhism also, there are total 10 gurus, but 1 to 3, some people like Nirankari doesn't recognize Guru Gobind Singh as the guru. So religion has failed because it has loosened its own ground. Religion is now focusing on geography, racial discrimination, politics, power. So that's why I have said the religion has failed. And secondly, the politics has also failed. The politics is all about balancing the power of greed and power or resource. Every politics when starts from public welfare but ends with imperialism type of things. Imperialism and colonism just taken a new shift after 20th century. It again came as globalization, and uh, what we are seeing is all about a power. Just to equate the power of balancing power of equation of power, what we are seeing in Ukraine, what has Taliban done in Afghanistan, it's very clear. Now, what things has left in front of us is the science, and what is required our attitude. If our attitude will be right, then we will be able to transform the scientific development and technical advancement in our favor, and it will be proven to be a blessing. Because what religion has achieved in 3,000 years, what politics has achieved in 1,000 years, science has covered it into a 300 years. I know that figures I am making one from religious point of view. That every religion is propounded in a very drastic manner. Many religions, but it took 2 to 3,000 years to propagate every religion and reaching all over the globe. And politics has also covered nearly about 1,000 years. But science has covered all the journey in just 300 years. We have a lot of time. And if we put our all efforts in a good intended manner, that we can change this into a blessing. It is one of a good blessing. It is the God gift. If we see science in this way, so science is a gift of God, and we are more gifted persons. What Greek peoples had not achieved, we are taking their fruits. We are bearing their fruits. Whether it would be a Greek civilization, whether it would be an Indian civilization, in the short span of 100 years, I can cover the journey from Vedas to Lord Buddha. Not in any yug, not in any coming times, we will get this opportunity. If we will look this way, that we are most gifted peoples of this galaxy. So the thing is, we have to change our approach, our reckoning approach, and we have to put all our efforts together, and we have to first get rid of religion and politics, because they have been already failed in their own objectives. It depends on us how we change scientific development into a development of human civilization. So here I want to conclude. I have taken a lot of time. I want to conclude. The past experiences has amply illustrated the forest provide the cleanest and most stable flows of surface of water and green water recharge amongst all land uses. So in this reference, I have to say that the forest once was the center of every civilization. If you will visit the Amazon civilization, the civilization living beside the Amazon River, I have seen the documentary from Discovery Channel that they have one tree in each village, and they used to transmit the message from here to there, and they have and many of such things in our Indian tribal society also. They have some kind of totem type of things that cannot be explained here, but they they are untouched with the 21st century, but they have all the things to communicate, to transmit message, and to know what the crisis time is coming, and they can calculate. All of you have witnessed the tsunami in 2004. We will find that no animal was affected with the tsunami, and we can also see that in Japan there are many birds. They have the alarm system, but that bird is so much equipped with its conscious level that it started giving a signal that the earthquake is coming. So these are the consciousness related to ecology. So though we are living in the world of artificial intelligence, but there is something called as ecological intelligence also. So so what we find that everything is available in nature. Okay. So both ecosystem significantly contributes towards the sustainable development. Goals which reflect complex and interrelated nature of social, economic, and ecological well-being parameters. In a recent past, India has directed its development pathway to meet the needs of foods, water, and energy. As far as the economic ground is concerned, what we are seeing today, that currency has developed into a virtual currency, and virtual currency is very has a numerous risks involved in it. Suppose we all have witnessed demonetization. One day, this Bitcoin has a potential to cover a whole globe. And suppose if Bitcoins failed, what will happen? We will totally depend upon barter system. Because if currency loses its trust in the market, we cannot imagine what is going to happen. So on economic ground also, in covering all the future challenges also, we have to look into a ecological shift in every way, because we all have witnessed once in 2004 when PM Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister of India, grid of North India failed. Grid of electricity was failed. So many rumors were there. But the 21st century, which is based on such type of technical advancement, we must not put too much faith on them. We must develop a parallel alternative source of energy, economy, and growth. So this is the gist of my presentation, that we should look alternative side by side, because the danger and risk will not give us an alarm. We have to develop our own source to get rid of any kind of crisis. Though we have to cover all the economic growth, we have to fight from poverty, We have to become disaster restraint country, and we have the burden of leading mankind to the level of its zenith, because it is India. Only India can do this. We cannot accept, we should not have any acceptance for America or Russia or Germany or France. Only Asia will lead in a coming future. And for that we have to be prepared. And only we should lead. Because 8 major religions are being practiced here. And we can welcome 80 more religions in coming days. Because we have the power, we can sustain. No other can sustain. Because the God in our first, in Sanatan Dharma, God has many type of dimensions. God is being accepted in any case. People from South Africa is saying that why God cannot be black. They have asked from the Pope that the Jesus Christ, they have asked why God cannot be black in color. So we must welcome them in Mathura. So they should see that we worship a God whose name is Krishna and who is black. And in many countries, they are asking that they forbid idol worship. So India has a long tradition of Nirankaris in Punjab. They can meet them. They can satiate their thirst of spirituality. So only we can lead. So here I am. Thanks. Any questions?
Yes. Yeah, question first, then we'll go for a final. Final. Yes, Vasandeep. Good.
How many parts in? At least 4, four to more than 4. As far as 8 major religion is being practiced in India, except Baha'i religion and this Parsi religion, every religion has 4 more than 4 subdivision. Any more questions?
Okay, first of all, congratulations. बड़े कम समय में you have prepared
Thank you.
very nicely and accommodate so many religion together.
Oh,
So
thank you.
ठीक है. एक दो statements it was contradictory. जो आपने का statement था लेकिन contradictory था, ठीक है?
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
So मैं बता दूं. Just human attitude आपने कहा कि cannot be changed. एक बार फिर कहा it can be changed लेकिन टाइम लगेगा. फिर आपने कहा it is impossible to change. तो आप पहले ये डिसाइड कीजिए कि human attitude can be changed or not. चेंज कर सकते हैं हम अपने एटीट्यूड को.
This is very difficult question.
मुझे एक डिसाइड करके आप बताइए फिर मैं आगे जाऊंगा.
When I accept that I have made a contradictory remark, but when I was covering the man, I was covering America also, Russia also, Asia and all subcontinents.
All are human beings.
All are
आप
human
मुझे
beings.
ये बताइए कि human attitude can be changed.
Yeah, it can be changed.
It is changed. That is how we are like this today.
Yeah.
Starting से तो change हुई है.
So, in my flow, I must have been forgotten. But when I was covering the scenario, see, from present perspective, it doesn't seem that it will change, because anything take a time.
कैसे कह रहे हैं आप ये बात की?
Ma'am, because everything is getting commercial day by day, and we are.
Who is making it commercial? आप बताइए. Who is making it?
No, it is
me, na?
It is due to domino effect. Something happens here, another country follow it. Then another country thinks that he is in competition. he started creating tussle. So this is the domino effect. We cannot make them that this person is wrong, and this is a domino effect. After the World War II, it has been started. So I have made an.
So contradictory statement अगर आप ठीक कर लेते हैं,
Then okay, I will try my best. Ma'am, basically I have not get so much time, so it become quite difficult to. Okay. Okay, question from Ashwar. Okay.
No animal is died. Why?
Animals, right?
Animals are not died. 2014 tsunami.
You are asking reference.
No. Just asking why animals are not died.
Yeah, because they have their psyche. We will find that we all have gone through that. If that dog start crying, or if one bird particularly started giving signal, we get, because their psyche is closely related to the nature and its development. All started moving, and one thing we find amazing in tsunami, four limbs animals, mammals, they no one was died, and they got the signal. They ran from their cattle herds. So this is the thing where we have to start searching, and I am doing my best, and I have gone through many texts. Most of you in Haribhadra Suri of Jainism has developed this type of methodology. Though it will be taken as a blind faith, Haribhadra Suri, and it's in his literature work, I have seen that. And there is a muhavre and kahawat of Rishi Khar, and every farmer knows that after a long time, when there will be rain and when there will be we should sow our seeds. So these are related to ecological consciousness, intelligence. We must look into this.
How to take this statement, sir? Sorry. One.
No, one question.
I only say two lines. There is a difference between ethos and ethics. Also, you talked about narcissism. Before that, there is rebirth.
Nasade Sutra covered the creation.
And religion is paid. Religion is not dead, but it is misinterpreted and misunderstood.
Yes.
So
This is no. And Indian philosophy, you are talking about monotheism. But what about monotheism? That point has to be answered. And every religion has founder. Who is the founder of Hinduism?
no, Hinduism basically.
It is a Purusha.
Sir, I want to. No. I want to say that Hinduism and Sanatan Dharma need to be more clarified, and this work should also done by us, and we must look into it.
But thank you, Diwakar. This means that his presentation is very much clear to the understood. Now I request Dr. Rahul to please. Agree हो जाए? आपको भी तो याद रखोगे आप कि मेरे साथ आप लोगों के साथ एक आपकी तस्वीर है. So I now request Abhaji, Dr. Abha Tripathi, who is under the supervision of RCC. And you will be happy to know that the was supposed to come here, but couldn't that, and I now request Ravi, give the please. Okay. Another 5 minutes can be accepted, but okay, try to finish it within 20 minutes. Yeah, please.
To Vivekanand, Rabindranath Tagore, and Mahatma Gandhi. But I will describe what is the contemporary philosophy of nature. Swami Vivekananda, Rabindranath Tagore, and Mahatma Gandhi, three great contemporary philosophers, were deep rooted in Indian philosophical thought and spirituality. They were visionaries, nature lovers, found God in nature, believed in Atma soul as the prime principle of existence, had love for fellow human beings, accepted oneness of being, and had a profound faith in life and living. More importantly, they were environment preservers who, in their own ways, set examples on leading a nature-friendly lifestyle to all humanity. They recognized in their own lifetimes that the Indian masses, upon following Western mode of development, would be facing grave environmental problems in future. They knew implicitly where Western civilization was leading to and how easily India would get succumbed to it. All their misgivings have been sadly realized with surmounting environmental hazards being faced all over the globe except a few countries. The industrialized economic way of growth and development has become the globally ensured pattern. They have different means to achieving their goals, being social activists and leaders in their own ways and rights. All three had essential elements of a spirituality from their leader that the empathy, deep introspection, listening to the inner voice, fearlessness, and acceptance of complete responsibility. Environmental wisdom can be derived from their preaching as they had a considerable depth of understanding of the spiritual, political, social, economical, cultural, and ecological facts of humanity. I am to present the environmental philosophy of three contemporary thinkers. All these three thinkers are New Vedantian philosophers. I might have conversely a few dimensions of their environmental perspective due to the type of concept. Uh, Swami Vivekananda's fundamental philosophical postulation is Advaita. The whole manifestation or universe is element of the one Brahman. All is derived from this one Brahman and everything is made up of the same elements. In Advaita, the world represents the blend of both reality and unreality. Swamiji believed in the reality of this world and not world being illusory or unreal. As regards of explicability of the word, a parallel drawn from the philosophy of Swami Vivekananda is in identifying Maya with fact. According to him, Maya is a fact and fact is a inexplicable in terms of why and how. Of the things in the world and thus one has to accept them as they are given to our experience. Macrosome and microsome is understood to mean external nature and internal nature. Swamiji states the Prakriti, matter and Purush, spirit, are phenomena of this world. He considered matter and spirit are not dual, but matter being is a true form while the spirit is a fine form, for both ultimately being the same. He recognized the existence of two worlds, this world of phenomena or the universe, external world, and the other being the world of essence or Brahman, Atman, eternal world. For Swamiji, external and internal world or nature are not different but one. Nature means all that it is all the moves to put in it Swamiji's word. The external world is but the gross from the internal or subtle. Thus we see that
By nature, Swamiji illustrates three types of nature. Outward nature being the outside world or environment, inward nature being the ego, and innermost nature relating to the soul or Atma. Only when man identifies with his true self or Atma can he be connected to the environment and stop the atrocities happening to nature. Swamiji says that by controlling internal nature, we control everything. It is true in a way, as in nature there is no division called internal and external. They being fictitious limitations, they are never excited. And in the present scenario, man is ignorantly farming and limitations. Swamiji's four yogas can be applied through different modes to better the environment through Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, love and devotion, Raj Yoga, control of mind, Gyan Yoga, knowledge. According to Swamiji, all four yogas help to renunciation or to achieve vairag or non-attachment to the world. The vairag here has to be understood in the sense of not getting attachment to the sensuous pleasure felt by our sense organs. It is only due to his kind of attachment towards nature in the form of over exploitation of the natural resource that globally as a whole, human and non-human existence is as peril. In Karma Yoga, Swamiji mentions the man should remember that all work that he does not for oneself and not for nature, as nature can take care of itself. Nature was the existence before man's advent and will be the existence even without man. Nature doesn't require man's assistance and it will be act out according to its natural karmic laws. That in the environment context, Swamiji's words make sense because the present environment crisis is man's own making as his own survival on this planet.
non-person also. Non-person can have consciousness. So, keeping that, this is one point which I thought can serve as a background for my further arguments. Now, throughout the world, all of us know that animals and birds are used for human consumption. In fact, I must tell you, I don't mind sharing my personal experience. I was a non-vegetarian. Okay, but after started teaching this animal liberation, animal ethics and all, I stopped eating vegetarian. I mean non-vegetarian food. I'm thinking that there should be some morality in teaching this paper, no? So, so this is my personal this thing. So because somebody asked me why all of a sudden you have become pure vegetarian. I said, see, no, there should be coordination between theory and practice. Huh? So I said that this is the reason why I say what to. I mean, it doesn't mean that each and everybody should follow this. This is my way of understanding. I may be totally wrong. So now let us ask this question. Let us discuss how throughout the globe animals and birds are killed for human consumption. Now, there is a presupposition that is involved when we eat meat, when we kill animals and birds for our consumption. There is a presupposition that is involved. What is the presupposition? The presupposition is that the non-vegetarian food give energy. This is an assumption. This is a presumption or presupposition. We believe that by taking non-vegetarian food, that the non-vegetarian food give us a lot of energy. And for this sake, for this purpose, birds and animals are killed. This, I don't know whether this argument is proper or improper, but there are certain arguments which are for and against, which I would like to place before you for your consideration. So there are some issues which are connected to this topic. So for example, animals as food. This is one way of justifying our claim that we are killing the animals for the sake of food. So it is inevitable. One argument which can justify this is that it is inevitable for us to kill animals or birds because it is for human consumption. So killing animals and birds have become part of human life. This is one argument, right? Then another argument is, the question one can raise here is, do animals exist for our pleasure and convenience? Should we say that all animals live for our sake? So that, for example, take hunting. There are people take pleasure in hunting. So one can also say that animals and birds are killed for the sake of pleasure and convenience. So some would say there is nothing wrong in a hunter, for example. So there is nothing wrong in doing that. Then the third question, which is very important, is there any justification for our killing? When we kill an animal, is there any justification? How far we can support the justification? How can we give proper argument in support of the claim that we can kill, we have right over the animals and birds? Then sometimes that it is luxury for us to kill animals and birds. But there are people who kill animals for the sake of their survival. For example, if we go to the life of the Eskimos, for their survival, killing of animal is a must. So it can be said that one can live only by killing the other animals. So this is one argument which is put forth in support of the claim that there is nothing wrong in killing the animal. Then another question which is very important here is there any medical proof? Because quite often it is said that by eating flesh that one can get energy or strength. And it has been proved by many doctors that there is no proof that meat or this non-vegetarian food give good health or energy. There is no proof according to the doctors. So if we look at this argument, there is also another way in which one can raise an objection. That is this an efficient way of killing animals? What we are doing, that is in order to produce food, whether we are making an efficient way in which we claim. For example, take the industrial society. Here it is said that animals are fattened on grains, that is, we feed them a lot so that they become fattened on the grains and on the basis that we kill them. So this is some of the arguments which are for and against meat eating or the non-vegetarian food. But all these arguments, both for and against arguments, clearly show that people are divided among themselves. My professor, when Suresh Chandra, a very senior most professor, a great professor, he would say if we don't kill chicken, then the world will be full of chickens. I mean, a joke, but it has got a lot of implication because the animal supporters, they use this as one argument. I'll come to that. So, one thing is very clear, meat eating is unavoidable, no doubt. But one can also raise a philosophical issue. We being philosophers, we can also question whether one can live without killing the animals or birds. So in considering all this argument, it is necessary for us to talk about liberation, that is, liberation of animal. I don't believe in liberation of human being, to tell you the truth, because there is no proof. And of course, I believe in liberation, but I believe in a liberation where each and every one of this universe is liberated. That is the cosmic salvation or liberation which Lord Buddha spoke about. Sri Aurobindo also spoke about, and as far as I know, these are the only two thinkers who spoke about the cosmic salvation or cosmic. The entire society has to be liberated. Right? So I don't believe in my personal liberation. So my wife would always say that that after my death, I'll go to hell. Then I asked her why. She would say that because all the time you don't care for the house, all the time you are only dealing with books, and in the last birth you might have been a donkey. Because now all the time you are dealing with papers, this and that all. So this liberation, I'm sure that I'll be in hell. I don't want you to be there anyhow. So this liberation could be understood in different ways. But now the animal liberation has something meaning. I say. Whether it is animal liberation, to use Peter Singer's term, or it is respect for animal life, or animal rights. These are some. Yesterday we were talking about rights. I think you are raising this question about rights. Well, when you say rights, what does it mean? Because the term right is meaningful normally in the context of human beings. But now I would say that it has got a broader meaning, which means it can also talk about the animals and plants. Now, it is very essential for us to discuss some of the issues which are connected to animal liberation. The first one is why animals should not be killed. This is my question. And my arguments are as follows. First of all, animals have miserable life. Because in order to have chicken at our table at a low price, we treat the birds, I mean the chickens, I mean the cattle and everything in a very pathetic way. So animals have miserable life because of the human beings treat them so badly. That we have to. So here the rights of the animals or birds emerge. Then secondly, there are different modern forms of intensive farming. Now it is said that science and technology can really, I mean, has been very helpful in this reproduction of animals, no doubt. But at the same time, we have to understand the fact that science and technology, they give a wrong direction to us by giving how the animals and birds should not be treated. So this means science and technology is not really helpful in this context. Then here, another point is the animals are treated like machines. Why? Because we give grains to birds, and then and animals we give fodder, and then it becomes flesh. So we are turning the animals and plants as machines. So these are some of the arguments which I think has to be taken very seriously. And moreover, this is a very important argument. Moreover, the cattle are kept in a crowded place, cages. You might have seen in some documentary, in fact, a few years ago, there was a documentary on animal ethics where there was a seminar in Coimbatore, in South India. And one of the participants put a video for 5 minutes how the animals, especially pigs, are killed and how birds are killed. That was a very horrible sight. Then I stood up and said, stop this video. Because it was so pathetic, it was horrible. So we have to understand the fact that how the birds and animals are treated. So this gives, we the human beings as a custodian of nature, as I said yesterday, we have the responsibility not only towards nature, but also towards the animals and plants. And also, we should understand the fact that there are in some countries, animals are not put in cages. One country I am told is Switzerland, where hens are not kept in cages. And it is said that we are separating the name of killing, we are separating the mother and the young ones. This is also one of the important theories which has been established in the context of the animal ethics. This is what we call castration, where it is said that animals are separated, the young ones are separated from the mother, similarly birds. So this type of separating the mother from the child or the mother from the young ones is something very pathetic which can never be allowed in human society. We can't be a witness to that. So, but the ethical question which arises here is, whether animal flesh could be produced without suffering. Now look at, I don't know whether you have visited any slaughterhouses. I have visited many slaughterhouses when I was young because I have to pass through that road. The way in which the slaughterhouses are in India is a very pathetic condition. So there are no proper slaughterhouses, especially in Tamil Nadu, especially in Chennai. So that gives a pathetic sound. Animals are killed. So this the animal rights supporters have objected to this kind of slaughterhouses wherein animals and birds are killed in a very pathetic way. So now the question is, can they be killed in nice way in the sense, can they be killed painlessly? This argument is very important because long back, some 20 years ago, there was a seminar in Bangalore where I was talking about animal ethics. Then I argued in support of the animals and birds. So one of my senior teachers stood up and said, how do you know that animals have pain? He is of the view that animals and birds do not experience any pain. He says they don't experience any pain. Why are you bothered? Then I said, how do you know that they don't have any pain? Then he asked me a counter question. How do you know that they have the pain? Because they shout and the way in which they are behaving clearly shows that they are under pain. But he argued, no, it is not the cry of which they make is not based on pain. So there are arguments for and against this thing, but I am concerned about a society which can live in a peaceful way. I am concerned about a society where there would be a peaceful coexistence, which I was talking yesterday. So one argument is that animals do not have any pain, only human beings are making big human cry. So their argument is wrong according to some. And another argument is animals kill each other. So why not we kill them? This is another argument which is not a good argument. I would say it's a very poor argument. So when they kill each other, why not we do that? And also the third argument is that there is always a clear distinction between animals and human beings. Because as I said just now, there are thinkers who claim that that animals are considered as a non-human person. Now, this argument, I would vehemently criticize this argument expertly. The difference, the so-called difference that exists between animals and human beings, because this person and non-person distinction is no more acceptable in the 21st century. Because our duty and our responsibility is to treat everything as equal. Now, let me go to some thinkers like Peter Singer, who argues that there is a beauty which is involved in non-human life. Because Peter Singer is a very great thinker. Some of you might have seen, he has come to India a number of times. In last World Philosophy Congress in China, he delivered a wonderful lecture. And he is of the view that non-human animals have ethical significance, or they have the morality, they have the value which has to be celebrated by human beings. And he asked this question that he said that it is the duty of the human beings as a custodian of nature, human beings must protect the animals and plants. So he rejects the argument that the animal life has no ethical significance. He talks about ethics that is involved in this animal liberation. But if you look at the history of philosophy, especially the Western philosophy, it is very encouraging, I would say, because if you look at the writings of Aristotle, it is very clear that Aristotle believed, unfortunately, that animals exist for the sake of a rational human being. This is a very deceptive argument, I would say, because he believed that human beings who have rationality alone are capable of serving this universe. So he says that animals exist only for the sake of human beings. So this, he argued that suffering of animals is not a very important aspect which you have taken into account. So we are not harming the animals according to Aristotle. But similarly, if we take thinkers like Descartes, in Descartes also we see that he is making a claim that animals do not suffer. This is one argument which has to be taken very seriously, whether animals don't feel suffering is a question. And Kant, yesterday we have elaborately discussed Immanuel Kant, who taught that human beings are ends in themselves. So if human beings are ends in themselves, then animals and birds are means. This he has not said openly, but one can draw implication from that. So this clearly shows that in his writing it is very clear that the animals and the plants, they are only means to human being who has an end in himself. But this approach is very much available in Western tradition. But if you come to the utilitarians of the West, they give a different approach. In fact, they talk about what is known as the gentle usage of the animals and birds. Now, for example, some of the British utilitarian thinkers like Bentham, Mills, Sidgwick, all of them talk about the significance of animal rights. So the notion of animal rights started with that of the utilitarian of the West, and those people very clearly argued that animals also have the right to survive on this earth, so don't make any attempt to kill them. But this argument was not taken very seriously by the Western people. So keep this as a backdrop or background. I would like to develop the replaceability argument. Now, what do I mean by this replaceability argument? This argument is otherwise known as the argument for the purpose of the humanity, which can go like this. And it is once again the utilitarians who made proper considerations to this replaceability argument. That is one thinker, one British thinker by, I hope some of you are aware of this name, Leslie Stephen. Leslie Stephen, who wrote extensively on the animal ethics and this utilitarian argument, who talks about the significance of animal ethics, at the same time pointing out the weakness in the vegetarianism argument. I would like to quote this argument. It goes like this. Of all the arguments for vegetarianism, none is so weak as the argument from humanity. Further, he says, the pig has a stronger interest than anyone in the demand for bacon. Bacon, you know, is a fried, pork or something like that. If all the world, this is a very beautiful statement, if all the world were Jewish, there would be no pigs at all. Unquote. This is the argument of Leslie Stephen. This actually could be interpreted in different ways. One way of interpreting this statement is that he views animals as if they are replaceable, right? That is the reason why we talk about the replaceability argument. And there are many thinkers who accept this mode of understanding, but there is also other way of understanding this replaceability argument. There are 2 points which can be connected to this argument. One by one, I would like to explain. Even it is valid when animals in question have a pleasant life, right? It would not justify eating flesh of animals reared in modern factory farms, where the animals are so crowded together and restricted in their movements that their lives seem to be more of a burden than a benefit to them. Then the second point which has been referred here is, if it is good to create a happy life, then presumably it is good for there to be as many happy beings in our planet as it can possibly hold. So there could be a reason why it is better for that in order to accept this way of understanding. So points actually given for replaceability argument. In fact, though these arguments were given, two issues were given in order to support the replaceability argument, it simply weakens the replaceability argument. One example is Henry Salt. I think some of you are aware of this name. Henry Salt. He wrote a book entitled Animal Rights. He shows how this argument, the replaceability argument, is simply based on a philosophical error. What is that error? He says it is very much essential for us to make a distinction between what is existence and what is non-existence. And quite often it is said animals and plants do not belong to the category of existence. So it is very clear the term existence here is applicable, okay, or it is seen only in the context of human being. In fact, there is also another thinker who has talked about this in detail. It is Derek Parfit, who says, who talks about similar arguments. Now, this is a very beautiful passage. I would like to read this for your consideration. Now, Parfit gives an analogy. The analogy goes like this. He asks us to imagine two women who are planning for a child. The first woman is already 3 months pregnant when her doctor gives her both good and bad news. Please listen carefully. The bad news is that the fetus she is carrying has a defect that will significantly diminish the future child's quality life. On the other hand, the good news is that the defect can be rectified by taking some tablets. This is one example, one analogy. Then another analogy goes like this. The second woman who sees the doctor before her pregnancy, when she is about to stop using contraception, and she also receives a good and bad news. What is that? The bad news is that she has a medical condition which has the effect that if she conceives a child, within the next 3 months, that child will have a significant defect which is not treatable. Right? The good news is that the woman's condition is a temporary one, and if she waits 3 months before becoming pregnant, her child will not have any defects. Now, these two arguments, which is given by Parfit, clearly shows that there is an ethical dilemma involved. So, this is what I am trying to argue, whether one can kill the animals and birds, whether it can be allowed, or one should not kill the animals and birds in order to save their life. So, there is an ethical dilemma, because if you ask a foreigner, he would say, no, there is nothing wrong in killing, because they are survived. But if you ask an Indian, a traditional Indian, you would say, no, we have no right to kill the other living. So, there is always a tension or ethical dilemma that is involved. So, the theory of replaceability argument can be seen in two different ways. So, I am not taking sides. Here I am just putting forth the two sides of the same coin, which has to be considered, which can be considered. There are both for and against arguments. But I would like to see the whole problem from ethical perspective. As a student of philosophy, I would like to see the ethical consideration that is involved, including the impact on the environment. How the birds and animals, they play a significant role in the context of the environment. What is that? I have got a few arguments which I have got 8 short arguments. Very quickly I will place before you. So these are the ethical considerations. That is where I am speaking from ethical point of view in order to show how animal as well as plants could be viewed from the ethical perspective, so from the environmental perspective. What is that? According to recent statistics, 38% of the world's grain crop is fed to animals. So the entire crop, out of which 38% are going for food for the animals and birds. Then secondly, there are 3 times as many domestic animals on this planet as there are human beings. The combined, this point is very important, the combined weight of the world's 1.28 billion cattle alone exceeds that of the human population. And thirdly, the waste of grain, the wastage of grain that is fed to the animals, to the farm animals, is so vast. This also has to be taken seriously, because if we see how we feed the cattle and how much is being wasted, has to be taken very seriously. Then there is always the overpopulation of farm animals, and also the chemical fertilizers used to grow the feed crops for cattle, and this produces nitrous oxide, which is nothing but another greenhouse gas. All this point must be taken seriously. And the factory farm manure also produces methane. So it is very clear that the ethical considerations have to be taken very seriously when we are killing the animals, or when we produce animals or birds in order to eat them. So let us see how a philosopher can approach the entire perspective. A philosopher could see that there is some ethical principles involved in the life of the plants and animals, especially Peter Singer, who has talked about in his well-known book Practical Ethics. And one article of Peter Singer is very much important here. All animals are equal. Now, when he talks about the equality among animals, he is not only talking about the equality among animals and birds, but also he is talking about the equality that exists between human beings on the one side and plants and animals on the other. And also we use animals especially for experiments also. So this has been questioned by many animal rightists like Peter Singer, and they argue that this methodology cannot be acceptable because you are using them in order to test something which is not allowed. So this method of approach has got a certain implication. Now let me come to the last part, namely how there is an ethical gap that exists between human life and animal life. Many philosophers have pointed out. Okay, no. There is an ethical gap. It is argued by many. There is an ethical gap between animal life and human life. This is a general tendency among philosophers who are not supporter of this bioethics or the animal ethics. They say that there is a wide gap between animal life and plant life, human life, and both cannot be equated. They live in a separate world altogether. So we human beings take always the upper hand. We have the right to control over animal and plant life. And also there is a theory of the rejection of human sentientism, which is playing a very significant role in understanding the animal rights. So this argument could be viewed from different perspective. I would like to quote few thinkers who has talked about in detail. One is Heidegger, because Heidegger has very clearly emphasized that the animal as well as plant, they have got life and it has to be celebrated, and we cannot destroy the entire society. In fact, when he is talking about the technological age and the defects of the technological age, he shows that human beings have the right to preserve nature as well as the plants and animals. And secondly, Foucault. Foucault is another thinker who talks about the rights of the animals. And he argues that the life of the animals has to be preserved so that human beings can learn a lot of things from the animals. This is one argument. And also Levinas, though he talked about the other, many postmodern thinkers use this notion of other in order to expand it in such a way that it can talk about animal life also, which I have mentioned just now. And also Deleuze, hope some of you are aware of this name, Deleuze. He talks about one important concept, becoming animal. How you, he is assuming himself as animal. So he said, I am becoming animal now. What type of attitude I would have towards the world? So he is experimenting himself by considering him as animal. And also Derrida's interesting paper. This is one Derrida's interesting paper which was published in 1997. The title is The Animal That Therefore I Am. Like Descartes' important dictum, cogito ergo sum, that is, I think, therefore I am. Derrida talks about the animal that therefore I am. The crux of this argument is the animal exists, therefore I exist. That is the argument. If you ask him further what does he mean by this, he would say both the animals and plants, of course he specifically talk about animals. So he says, since they are part and parcel of the world, I always learn, like Deleuze, he says, one can learn a lot of things from the animals. So I exist because of the existence of animals. Then also there is another important argument given by one thinker by name Ferry. He has written one interesting book, The New Ecological Order, which was published in 1992. He says that there is a view that human beings are superior, but this argument, the superiority of man over the animals, can never be tolerated. His statement. And there is also he talks about how the deep ecologists have a concern, quoting Arminius. Yesterday we have pointed out that. Quoting Arminius, he says, how it is very much essential for us to develop the deep ecology or furtherance of this deep ecology of Arminius in order to talk about both animals and plants. And also he shows, Ferry has talked about the new humanism which has to emerge from the post-structuralist philosophy of difference. This is a very significant point. Let me dwell on this for a minute. Because we talk about, yesterday also I said how Foucault talk about celebrating difference. He said celebrate the difference. So the celebration of difference or the philosophy of difference is one of the unique factors in postmodern understanding and post-structuralist understanding also. Now, Ferry says that the new humanism is emerging, or it is yet to emerge from this post-humanism. That's why we talk about post-to-post modernity. Then the last question which I would like to raise here is, can we assign moral status to animals? Can we assign moral status to animals? Now, if you ask Aristotle or St. Thomas Aquinas or Kant, they would say no. We cannot assign moral status to animals. So the concept of morality, according to these thinkers, is meaningful if and only if it is applicable in the context of human beings. So the moral status of animal has no meaning at all, especially for Thomas Aquinas. And the reason is very clear. They have given some reasons for that. For example, it is said there is always a hierarchy of living beings. There is always a hierarchy of living beings. That's what Aristotle says. That is the reason why he says man is a rational animal. So he says that animals and plants fall apart, which means they are at the lower level and man is superior. So this hierarchy is something which has to be accepted according to Aristotle. Then another argument given by Thomas Aquinas is that animals and plants they are mere instruments. They have got only instrumental values. So we, as Kant, just now I quoted Kant, who said that they are means. Thomas Aquinas also believed that animals are mere instruments. Then Descartes also argued that animals are automata. So this means it is very clear, according to Descartes, that animals do not have any consciousness. Then also it has been pointed out by many thinkers like Peter Harrison, who pointed out that animals lack the conscious experience. I said in the beginning itself, the question of consciousness or conscious experience, whether should we limit only to human beings. Now, these are some of the questions which can be raised, and one can ask this question, whether moral status can be assigned to animals. This is fine. But our question now here is this: who decides the moral status? Who decides the moral status, and on what grounds? We as a human being think that these are the moral grounds on which we can reject the animals, saying that we are in the progress that we are at a supreme level. Now the question is, who decides that? On what grounds? How can we claim that we, the human beings, are everybody, everything to decide? Who are the masters, superior masters of nature? Now here I would like to give a small argument, it is a logical argument. This is modus ponens argument. Some of you are, you know what we mean by modus ponens, MP, we call it in symbolic logic. What is that? If the argument goes like this: if a being is sentient, then it has a moral status. Right? I repeat, if a being is sentient, then it has a moral status. Most of the animals are sentient, therefore they have moral status. This is a very simple argument, the MP argument. Very clearly proves it that animals have the moral status. Now, the question is why animals are not equal to human beings. And it is said, we have discussed this also yesterday, that we alone have what is known as the rights. That's why specifically I have given my title Animal Rights. Human beings, of course, they have rights. We can say that each and every human being, when he is born, he has some fundamental rights. But with regard to animals, we can ask the question: do they have the right? The postmodern thinkers and many others, Peter Singer and others, they would support me by saying that animals also, birds also have the rights. Of course, because you think that it is human beings who can give a definition for rights. It is not so. This means there are different ways of understanding the notion of rights, because we think the rights, that term right, is based on rationality, autonomy, and self-consciousness. These are normally considered as a criterion for understanding this notion of rights. But we can also know the fact that rationality has a major failure. Yesterday I said that how in postmodern understanding rationality is. So these are some of the arguments which has to be taken very seriously. So I would like to conclude by quoting Peter Singer, his book especially Practical Ethics in page 21. He says that we have to develop the principle of equal consideration of interest. This is new concept. Principle of equal consideration of interest to animals. Now, what is that? He says the essence of the principle of equal consideration of interest is that we give equal right in our moral deliberation to the like interests of all those affected by our actions. So this passage, a short passage of Peter Singer clearly shows that we have to develop the principle of equal consideration of interest to animals. Thereby one can say that animals have rights, they have equality, they no more can be considered as a non-person or they are inferior to human beings. In fact, I would say they are superior to human beings. And this approach is something which is very fascinating, especially in the postmodern tradition, especially in thinkers like Peter Singer, who has talked about the animal ethics and practical ethics. That's why he titled this as a practical ethics. No, all this theoretical ethics, yesterday I said, has no meaning. So let us go forward and search for the practical ethics, which I think alone can save the entire cosmos. So with this, I would like to stop, and if you ask some questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have enough time, I think. You know, suppose there is the building is a very big building. Where you have to enter. How you can enter? You use the door to enter. Door is small in comparison to the whole building. But you find the door is closed. It is locked, but you have to enter. Then you will have to seek for the key, the small one. So, Professor Paneerselvam, the main host, he has given us the clues to address all these big problems. And since it's a workshop, where the very purpose of the workshop is to discuss the issues face to face. And the purpose of philosophy also, philosophers are called seers in our country. It's not that all of us will have to agree with him. The more you disagree, your friendship will be closer. You know, very more intimate, what I tell you. So philosophers seldom differ. I think many of you have many queries. And sir is here, you can ask him. This is in a formal, not in a formal situation, it's an informal way also. After listening to Professor Paneerselvam, it's a good fortune for each of us. But I personally feel much educated. But I am sure that after his death, he will be in hell. Sure, he will be in hell. Only difference is that with all facilities of heaven, There will be only name of the health. I have also some questions and queries. You know, long back, I recall it. The University of Florida, very young colleague, teacher, Anna Peterson. You might have heard her name. She did a work on this being human, the thesis in Harvard. And she was like Professor Pandriya Silvam, practicing. She has become vegetarian, using bicycle all the times, and it's a way of life. And sir has converted from non-vegetarian to he has become vegetarian. I don't know, I'm a very confused man. When I was a child, I was mostly vegetarian, and I'm converting other way. Now I take egg, I take fish, not always, sometimes, you know, but what to do? Listening to him, I find is very more problematic for me. Rather a puzzled man. I remember what is said in the Upanishad, that Asato Ma Sadgamaya. Ma means, once, you know, different use of Ma means prohibitions. So perhaps from Asata we should not go to short. So the problem is that, as we refer to Professor Suresh Chandra, he was my teacher. So suppose you have been lucky in Butler Place long back, 40 years back. So suppose everybody in the world has become vegetarian. What will happen to the world? You will not get vegetables to eat, animals will eat all vegetables. You will have to foresee the future danger. In California, I was sometimes there for teaching in University of California, Santa Barbara, nearest to Mexico. For providing the meat, you know, they're destroying the vegetation ruthlessly, and to produce 1 kg meat, the amount is the 12 kg of proteins they get cutting to satisfy the need of industrial society of USA. Another group of people, they are called vegan people, they even don't take milk. So all these are, you know, alternatives. It is up to you what you should choose. Again, the ethics, you know, when you speak about rights, what else implies a sense of possession. Sense of possession. But sense of belonging is different. Then it will be duty ethics. Duty towards animals. As we read in Ashoka's, you know, this Pilas. Duty ethics. Can duty ethics be an alternative model for us? Then how to live with this world? Even in Vaisheshik Kshetra, when a plant is cut, it grows, you know, which implies there is life. Instead of creation means creation ex nihilo. The Indian tradition, I'd like to share, has this provision of projections and evolutions. He referred to Sri Aurobindo. If you read Life Divine very closely, I have been reading recently after 40 years, Life Divine, so revealing. There is a growing, you know. So now the problem, we are in the situation is such that if you think everything and put a holistic approach, now I found that it's more problematic and very difficult to make decisions. I feel my friends, but I should address you as roaming philosophers, because future of philosophy in India is lying with you. You have many such ways. So studies here, let us utilize this time
fruitfully, academically. So you discuss any problem. I have some problems, so I hope it not me. Being a senior fellow, I took the privilege. Yes, but actually you have many. So, yeah, please.
So we were discussing about animals having sentience and their sentient beings. And so if the very basic question that comes to mind is, and it's often an argument advocated by the groups in non-vegetarian, that if sentience is the basis, then how can consumption of plants can be justified as well? Because even they have say, life or feelings. So to say, how can you know the same thing, same argument doesn't go for them as well? And then about, as sir also discussed, that if vegetarianism or not killing animals for the cause of food production is such a cause that we cannot forward without having to think about the consequence, the ultimate consequence. So any cause that we propose, we have to think that it's not possible to reach its absolute level, be it anything, say any environment cause or anything. But for this, we have to think that even if we achieve it idealistically and reach the absolute level, then it won't be ideal again because it's not possible. It won't be an ideal situation if everyone is a vegetarian. And, so as to like maintain the food chain and food web, it is also necessary that there's a balance between plants being consumed and animals being consumed. So, and another thing you said about them not being an immediate, there's no proof for them being an immediate energy source and a better alternative. So while that might be true, but that also holds that it is easier to digest and it is a rich source for a lot of nutrients. So because when we consume plants and a lot of things, that takes a longer time and it has a longer cycle to process as compared to taking animal-based products. So for a lot of people who are suffering through certain diseases or something, it's mandatory for them to prefer that and take those supplements. So for them, there might be a dilemma, even if they don't want to take it for they getting better and for following their doctor's advice, they have to do that. So how do we?
Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful questions. Now, with regard to the notion of sentience, so what would happen if we extend this to plants? Or is it possible for us to practice this of plants? But if you look at some of our living saints or sages or great acharyas, they live on a plant life, and they say, for example, that the vegetables which you eat, it should not affect the plant as such. For example, if you are eating greens, then you are not completely destroying that. And similarly, you don't eat mango with the seed, so that it can grow. Some of the saints, for example, some gurus are practicing this method. But however that is possible for a common man, I don't know. This is a very difficult to answer. But my worry is that what would be the status of the human society if we start respecting the animal life. That's all. I know, as Sarah said, there are certain difficulties and certain ethical dilemma is involved. So that cannot be avoided. In Tamil, there is a proverb. I'll put that in Tamil and then later translate. Kondral pavam, tindral pochi. That means if we kill then it is a sin, right? But if you eat, then it is not a sin. Are you following me? Because no, you are not killing something for sake of pleasure. So if you kill something in order to cause pain to that animal, then it becomes a sin. But if we eat it for sake of your animal consumption, there is nothing to eat. I don't know whether you read this in newspaper long back, of course, might have been a child then. Once there was a plane crash and most of the people died, only few people survived, and they were in a like Everest mountain is full of snow. In spite of that, they survived for more than 1 month. So after they came back, they were interviewed. How did you survive all these days? There is nothing to eat, only snow was there. Then they said, yeah, somehow we survived. But when they were pressurized, you please tell the truth. Then they told that there were some dead bodies, human bodies. He ate the human bodies and survived. So it depends on the circumstances and how you take the advantage of that thing. So that is why I said that Kundral Palm Tindal, which means you should not kill something. That is a sin, that is not allowed. But in order to survive something, for your survival, it's allowed. I mean, we have to assume that it is allowed. That's all. Yeah. But here, yeah, that's right. Here I would like to say it is very difficult to survive with vegetarian food. I tell my own experience. After becoming a pure vegetarian, I visited Malaysia for a seminar, and there was no food, only full of non-vegetarian food. So there was another Brahmin professor. So we went into the kitchen with a begging bowl and asked the fellow to give something, and we explained to him that we are vegetarian and give some. After a long deliberation, he gave some leaves like salad, this thing and all. Then that night, same thing. So it is very difficult to for a person to survive only with vegetarian. But but it is not our thing. I can skip also. And I can skip also, no problem. So, it is what I am trying to say is, as far as possible, it is not, I am not insisting that everybody should become vegetarian. As you correctly said, that we can minimize. If it is necessary, then let us see. But it is not the fact that you have to fully depend on the non-vegetarian food. Nowadays, somehow there are many fruits are available. So, something can be a substitute for that. That is one thing. So vegetarian, ultimately, I am not, please note, I am not propagating vegetarianism. I am not of that kind. I am just, I am more concerned about the liberation or the rights of the animals. That's why I am using this. So apart from that, vegetarianism is not my concern. Now, this eating supplement, yes, some doctors say, but in my presentation, I said there are doctors who say that by eating non-vegetarian, you don't get some immunity. You don't get energy and all that. But this is their contention. I may be wrong also. I mean, what doctor said might be wrong. So this is one way of that. There are other ways of compensating this with some vegetarian food. So there are ways of living. So my main concern is that how do we protect the animals? That's what I'm concerned about. So we have to preserve nature. We have to preserving the entire world all of a sudden cannot become a vegetarian or whatever. It's not possible. But let us make an attempt, that's all. So that the killing of animals will be minimized, so that they also have a moral status, they can also live peacefully on this earth. So, as you rightly said, that the principle of Jainism is something very live and let live. So that this is something what we need at this time. Please. Please, please.
Is Dr. Rajit Sharma from Assam. He did work on teachers center.
Very good.
So, in the philosophy of Tom Regan, we find one approach that is known as deontological approach, and we find some more approaches like utilitarian approach, particularly in the philosophy of Peter Singer, and quite a few philosophers like him. So, my question is that how much is it justified to say it as animal ethics, because it is merely the extension of virtue ethics, traditional virtue ethics, firstly. Secondly, without knowing the proper ontological position of a being, may it be a plant or animal or human being or anything like that, how can we say that it is an ethical position? So, is it proper to point out, consider the position of animal, study of animal as some other sort of discussion, like the ontology of animals or something like that? Thank you, sir.
Very, very good. Thank you so much. Now, yeah, the ontological position is very important. But what is the ontological position? I feel that in the context of philosophical discourse, this ontological position may be very helpful. But I did not talk about or think about the ontological position of animal or plant, because I am concerned about the right that is playing a very important role. Respect for life. So respect for life could be applicable to all. Why should I talk about the ontological position of something?
Sir, because you told about two approaches. You have developed the concept of otherness. So there are two parallel concepts. One is man and nature. When we discuss something as man and nature, then there comes the concept like otherness. But when we study man and nature, then necessarily the concept of ontological status of something comes out. So that is the observation, sir. So when we study about animals and something like that, then we can speak about the ontological position of man. Particularly, if we study Plato and rest of Indian philosophies, then this sort of approaches are very much familiar to us. That's all my observation, sir.
Yeah, see, the problem is I am using the term respect for life in a broader perspective. Now, when you are talking about Advaita or any other system for that matter, that is a very good way of approaching. That there is the ontological position of Advaita, which is different from the Nayayika or any system. So you are right. That's why, while answering you, I said that the ontological position is very much important with regard to the context in which a particular philosopher is placed. Okay. If I am an Advaitist, for example, I have to depend on the ontological position of the Advaitic standpoint, so that my argument can be framed on the basis of that. But when we talk about the animal ethics, this ontological position will not help me, or it has its own limitation. Even if it is available there, it has its own limitation. Because I am looking at the problem from a broader perspective. What is my broader perspective? That here, I am more concerned about the rights of the other. Now, this other actually, the other also could be defined in terms of human being. Why should I talk about animal or plant when I talk about the other? When I am extending the meaning of the other to plants and animals, so I can also talk about the rights or respects for animals and plants. You get my point? So this is nothing but the extension of some of the philosophical concepts which we have learned, and we are extending this to other concepts. But one can see, I can see a point in your approach. see, if this be the case, then how, now if I accept your argument, then we have to say that the distinction between being and non-being, or the distinction between human and non-human has to be maintained. But now I am going to, or I am making an attempt to transcend that. So you are right when you say that when I talk about human beings, it talks about a particular ontological category. But now I am transcending that ontological category, and I am talking about both non-human as well as human. I understand your point. Your argument is not completely. I am not rejecting that, but only thing is I am extending the scope of this. Get my point. So this is not restricted to human being. Don't restrict the notion of human being or being to human being alone. Let us expand the scope so that everything could be included. That is my aim. But there are some thinkers who would argue, for example, take Aristotle. Aristotle would say, no, it has got a different ontological category. That's why we say he's a rational animal, human being is a rational animal. Whereas we can't place the animals and plants in that category. So he is using an ontological category. Now I am dismissing that. I'm making an attempt. I am making an attempt to dismiss that category and trying to embrace all aspects of life. This is my attempt. This is one attempt, that's all.
Anyway, I think it's a very exciting session. And in philosophy, if you raise a question, the basic burden of giving answer is not lying with the philosopher. Only to stimulate you, and I think Sir has very sufficiently stimulated all of us. He has given thought for our, future, and always will be remembered with this inspiration. As I opportunity be here, and I feel much educated. Thank you so much, sir. I always pray that in future you will be inspiring us continuously, even if you have to go to hell. We don't mind. Yes. I'm sure that hell will be only by name, it will be hell, but all facilities of heaven will be there. So, no, don't make heaven hell. There are people, this is fixed for some people. And I thank all of you because, Sravanam is very important in philosophy. Some of you have raised the issues, but you all joined in Sravana. Sravana, then we are Sruta. And we shall have enough time for Manana, and surely we shall make some point with Dasana, and by this way we will be liberated from pains and sufferings. Sarve Sukhina Hantu, let everybody be happy. I think tea is waiting for all of us. Let us join. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I also thank myself in absence of Professor Pari. Thank you. We are meeting tomorrow. I'm not going to teach you anything. Only I shall have some information and gossip for 1 hour. Thank you.
Careful, you when this is tomorrow.